Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. We're going to continue on with our examination of the Textual Confidence Collective. And so they have done a video, specifically Mark Ward, called entitled Do Westcott and Hort Rule New Testament Textual Criticism? And so they have a panel of experts who are talking about this. And so last video we got up to the 42-minute mark, and so this is about when Mark Ward said that the introduction sort of stopped and they started getting into some of the material. And so basically there's going to be 4 videos. So I'll just show you this in the introduction material that Mark Ward has at the bottom of his YouTube video. He has, this is episode 1, and it features Abadan Shah, Peter Gurry, and Maurice Robinson. Tim Berg is our host for the episode. So episode 2 will come out in February the 8th, and it's called The Sin of Slander, which is going to be very interesting considering Mark Ward and Timothy Berg recently called Bryan Ross a coward for really no apparent reason, and sort of broke fellowship with him, and basically did a whole video just sort of saying that, you know, he was no good. Episode 3 will be on February the 15th, Common Slanders of Westcott and Hort. And episode 4 will be February 22, Genuine Problems with Westcott and Hort. So I guess they're going to go into, they hung around a few suspicious people and all the rest of it. And it's quite strange. It's almost like these guys don't understand some of the most dangerous people in the world today are people who have correct theology. They have everything lined up. They have all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted, but they're not saved. They're not Christians. And so sometimes I understand that we can only really look at the fruit of someone's life and go, well, you know, Jesus said you'll know them by their fruit, you know, wolves in sheep's clothing. And so I've found this with certain Christians, certain pastors. They're saying everything correctly, but there's just something wrong there. And then after a while, it all comes out. They're a thief. It's like Judas. You know, he would have had the correct doctrine. They would have said, hey, Judas, what about this? And he would have been pumping out the answers like Peter was and the other guys. And then all of a sudden, he's betrayed Jesus. And so the thing is, like with Westcott and Hort, it's like, well, do they tick the academic boxes that we need ticked to make them fit for working on the biblical text? Do they believe in the resurrection? Yes. Do they believe in the Trinity? Yes. Do they believe in the deity of Christ? Yeah. They tick the boxes, so they must be fine. And so this is just, it's a strange type of way of looking at things. Specifically when you look at Westcott and Hort, and they were hanging around Unitarian. So this is going to be my biggest beef with this whole session. Now, I guess they're going to bring it up in episode 4 when it's Genuine Problems of Westcott and Hort. Because what they're going to do, I can almost predict this. They're going to go through a bunch of stuff that Sam Go, Ripplinger, and Peter Ruckman have said. They sort of get parroted around the place. Now, there's a lot of things that get said about me that I'm not really happy with, and it's just the way it is. Life's like that. People make YouTube videos about you, people slander you, people do all sorts of things, and you just sort of like, well, it's not true, but it's like, what can I do about it? And so everyone, if you're doing anything, regardless of whether it's for God or just in public, people are going to say things about you that are unkind, untrue. And so this has happened to Westcott and Hort. And Westcott and Hort, they have become a target, pretty much a lightning rod for all the venom of what's happened with the Textus Receptus. We look at the Textus Receptus, it's said that it's been dethroned. And we're looking at Westcott and Hort saying, you are the guys who have done this. So usually we're looking at enemies who are Roman Catholics, Jehovah's Witnesses, Unitarians, atheists like Bart Ehrman. And so to us, Westcott and Hort are pretty much in that category, but they still tick the boxes of, I believe in the resurrection, I believe in this and that. And so apparently these videos are going to clear all this up. It's going to be pretty hard to do this. See, one of the reasons, this is a classic, strange parallel where the Tyndale house text was made so it didn't have to make all these excuses up, being related to Metzger, being related to Kurt Aland, being related to Carlo Martini, the Jesuit who worked on the text, and then being related to Westcott and Hort and George Van Smith, Unitarian, and other people who were very questionable. They just wanted to go back to Tregelles, and so by doing that, they're avoiding all of the complications of dealing with all those strange characters, but at the same time, they're actually condemning the N828 guys and saying, you guys have all these strange and weird people in your lineage, in your genealogical lineage of texts that go back to Westcott and Hort. And how do you deal with that? How do you deal with someone like Carlo Martini? You're in line to be a pope at one stage. He was going to be the pope, and he's working with Metzger, and they have people from interfaith textual relationships, and so I guess it's going to be hard for these people to defend Westcott and Hort with just the fact of who they were hanging around and who they were defending. If I jumped on my show now and said, hey, look, I'm just here with Bob, and Bob's my local Jehovah's Witness friend. He goes door knocking. Say hi to Bob. Bob's a great guy. He's a good scholar. We study together. We get along, and he's coming to my church and having communion today with us. You'd be like, who is this guy? But that's what Westcott and Hort did with Unitarians who don't believe in the Trinity, don't believe in the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. And so they were fellowshipping with them. They were working with them. And so how can you defend these people? Just on that alone. And so, like I was saying last time, if you're going to make a stand about the TR or any type of truth, usually there's 400 conspiracy theories that are being made up on every side, and you have to sort of deal with all that sort of rubbish. And so, I have to go through and try to make people aware that I'm not Sam Gibb, I'm not Peter Ruckman, I'm not Stephen Anderson, I'm not Gail Ripplinger. I'm just a Christian who, when I started reading the Bible and seeing verses missing and seeing words chopped out and changed, and it was actually in my interactions with Jehovah's Witnesses, I realized that you couldn't really defend the Trinity and the deity of Christ as well from other versions. It was, you stick with the King James. Or at the time I was using the New King James, which I thought was just an update. But anyway, I don't want to get all into me. But at the end of the day, Westcott and Hort have a dark cloud over them, and people are suspicious of these guys. And see, one of the things is the elephant number 52 in the room, because there's so many elephants. Like George Van Smith is a massive elephant, but he's not the only Unitarian who worked on the text. And let alone you get into the American standard version, you have a whole bunch of Unitarians who were influential in that. But one of the main elephants in the room that rarely gets talked about is, or maybe I should just get into it and talk about these things as we're going along, because I'm sort of getting ahead of myself, because I re-listened to this. I'm fully triggered. I just want to say a bunch of stuff. I want to preach, and so I'll let these guys talk, or else I'll just waffle on for 30 minutes and then we'll get into the video. So we'll get the video pumping, and then we'll talk about some of these elephants in the room.
Just translated from Horton Westcott.
Okay, so Timothy Berg's volume here is really bad. So I'm going to be turning him down and the other guys up a bit. So just be aware of that I might have Maurice Robinson turned right up so we can hear him, and then Timothy Berg might just say something and it booms in the microphone. Hopefully that doesn't affect you too much. So we've got a few of the crew in the house. A Hannah says, I didn't realize what upright guys Westcott and Hort were. I'm glad that the TCC is coming to the rescue so we can name our kids after them. I know when he said he named his kid Westcott, I was sort of like, that's like, I don't want to come against someone's personal life like that, you know, because this kid has to have that name forever. I live in an area where there's lots of hippies. They name their kid, you know, Crystal Leaf and Rainbow Sunshine and all sorts of things. And it's usually when they get to school, people are like, well, why have you got this weird name of, you know, Rainbow Sunshine? And they're like, oh, well, my parents, they're right into, you know, esoteric religion, and they named me that. And so, you know, it's hard when you're at work and he comes Rainbow Sunshine and he's a good guy. What do you do, you know? So it's just a name, but at the end of the day, it does show you where the heart of people are to really, you know, call your kid Westcott. It's a pretty full-on thing. I guess it's like calling, you know, your kid Ruckman or Ripplinger or something like that. If you were, you know, real hardcore KJV only. Anyway, I have heard of some preachers being named, or some children being named after preachers after the pastor has prayed for them for years and years and years. They couldn't conceive. The pastor prayed, and then they had a child, and they're naming the child after the pastor. And so I could understand that. But yeah, it's different. But I'm not going to, you know, be down on Peter Gurry for that. It is just a name after all, and some people are named that. So anyway, let's so we got Dwayne Green in the house, and I really enjoyed that video on the nomina sacra at 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 16. I think that really needed to be said, and you know, creating the greatest grammatical blunder in the critical text, where you have a predicate without a subject. It's quite amazing, but that's why they put it into strophes in the Greek, and in the New King James it actually has that in like a psalm. It's written like it's a song that Paul broke into because he just had to suddenly, you know, leave the narrative and just start singing because it's so abrupt. But it's a very strange text indeed. But let's just get straight into this video.
But let me frame that in what might be a little bit more of an academic framework, and I haven't done near the reading that you guys have in this field, but my understanding is that in the 60s and the 70s, there was talk from Kurt Aland and Eldon Epp about an interlude, a 20th century interlude in New Testament textual criticism, and these accusations flew back and forth that maybe in some ways textual criticism has really never got beyond Horton Westcott. And I'm just curious to hear you guys' different perspectives as you step into really two aspects of that question. How distinct is modern day textual criticism and it's seen from the theory and method of Horton Westcott? And then how distinct is the text, the standard text in New Testament textual criticism today from the text of Westcott and Horton? I keep saying it wrong, and I apologize.
Apologize to Westcott.
You've corrected me. But I just want to hear some discussion from you guys. I assume you might have some different perspectives as you answer those two questions. So let's just take the first, the theory and history of the text that Westcott and Hort came up with. How prevalent is that today? How accepted is it today? How impactful is it? What do the scholars say?
I'll start, and then Maurice can correct me. I think it depends what you mean by their theory. If you mean, say, their view that we should know individual manuscripts and their proclivities before we make decisions about readings, I don't know anybody today who disagrees with that, that knowing manuscripts is important, right? Nobody would argue against that principle. That's probably the single most quoted line in text critical writing.
Right.
I've quoted it 3 or 4 times. I'll probably quote it many more times before I retire because it's true. And it's a really important principle that you should know manuscripts before you start making judgments about readings. I
mean, realistically, how many people today really know about manuscripts? Now, you look at someone like Erasmus. Erasmus, he worked in a scriptorium as he was growing up because, you know, he was basically being groomed to be a priest. And so, and they used to work on the Latin text. They used to copy Latin text. So that's how he became very fascinated with the Latin Bible. And that's how he knew firsthand that some of these copies were, you know, he would even say that these are made by drunks and fools and imbeciles. And the thing is, he was very intimate with the copying of manuscripts, and then becoming fascinated with the Greek. He learnt Greek. He became Europe's greatest Greek scholar, and he went and lived with Aldus Manutius. And so Aldus, he ran the Aldine press, and so they were the first ones to really start printing in bulk a lot of the Greek classics. And so he lived with Aldus, and he was a proofreader in his print shop for, I think it was 7 months in Venice. And so he was a part of the Aldine school there, or the Byzantine school, which had up to 40 Greek scholars. So these are people who had come over from Constantinople, who had been displaced because the Ottoman Turks had taken over that part of the world. And so they're in Venice. There was about 5,000 Greeks in Venice at the time. And so they're bringing their manuscripts, they're bringing documents. And so Aldus Manutius is printing these. So, but they need proofreading. And so Erasmus is working on this. So you got to think, before Erasmus started printing, and before Aldus started printing, and Froben and these other guys, what were they reading? They were reading manuscripts. So they had to be very well acquainted with manuscripts. You would go to a library and there's no books. It's just all manuscripts. And so obviously Gutenberg, 50, 60 years before he began printing, so books were coming out, but books specifically in Greek, they had to have 1,000 characters to really work on Greek properly. And so it's just the way that Greek is. There's a lot of different breathing marks and acute symbols and things like that. And so it took a while for Greek to really take off, where Latin, that took off immediately. But here you have an expert in Latin manuscripts. You have an expert in Greek manuscripts, and that's Erasmus. That's a guy who's worked on the Textus Receptus. And so when you look at the caliber of these people, back then they were used to holding old manuscripts in their hands. Theodore Beza, he had Codex D in his hand, reading it, flopping the pages over, looking at readings and things like that. It wasn't just digital, online, all the other stuff. These guys had and they would have had manuscripts that we know nothing about. The whole thing about the book that I've written, Revelation 16:5, regardless of where you stand on that, Theodore Beza said that he had a manuscript, and that's come to light in the last few years. And people are saying, well, we don't know what this manuscript is. We didn't even know he had a manuscript. Didn't even know he said he had a manuscript. So now it's sort of admitted by all sides. Well, he's saying that he had a manuscript, where some are just saying, well, he's just mistaken, or he's just lying, or what, just to sort of cover the tracks of the last 200 years, people saying it's a conjectural emendation and not really studying the thing out for themselves. But it proves that he had a manuscript no one even knows about. Erasmus had access to so many manuscripts we don't even know about. I mean, how can you hang around the Byzantine school and be a leader in the Byzantine school among all the Greeks and revered among Greek people as a Greek scholar? But what do you think he was reading with those Greeks? He was reading books. He was reading their biblical manuscripts, looking at do you think he could just go, oh, that's a really good Bible you got there, Theophilus? Can I just grab that and take it back to wherever I'm going, Paris or whatever, with me? No, they would have looked at things, written down variants and things like that. But they were well acquainted personally with these type of documents. Stephanus, he has a whole list of documents that he was looking at. Theodore Beza, his friends Tremellius and Janius Tremellius, who was a Jewish guy, fluent in Hebrew, he was looking at all the Syriac manuscripts. You have Janius looking at all the Arabic manuscripts. So when you look at the King James translators, they many times were Henry Saville. He collected over 15,000 manuscript sheets of the complete works of to write the complete works of Chrysostom. So he went around Europe buying these manuscript sheets. So how would he have known that they're good quality? He would have read through these manuscripts. These people could read manuscripts. They handled manuscripts. They went to libraries filled with manuscripts. And I just don't see that level of scholarship today. And so this is one of the reasons why a lot of people follow the Textus Receptus and follow the conclusions of the scholars who are around in the Reformation period. It's because their scholarship was so much better. I mean, you know, I understand that they're digitizing things and it's all accessible online and all the rest of it. But how many people can actually just grab one of these manuscripts and read through it and tell you where there's solecisms, tell you where there's grammatical issues, tell you where they've dropped off, you know, the final nu for this reason or for that reason. How many could do that? Not many. And like they can do it in texts, but to just read through a manuscript, these people could read through a manuscript and go, I think this manuscript's rubbish. I think the scribe was a drunk. I think where oftentimes people, you know, the CSNTM, look, I think they do a great work. I think it's great to, you know, photograph history and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, how many of these scholars are of the caliber of the people of the Reformation? I don't even think Dean John William Burgon was of that caliber. I don't think Scrivener was either. I think when you look at Beza, when you look at Stephanus, you look at Erasmus, you look at the King James translators, they were far superior to anything we've seen in the last, you know, 300-400 years.
I think also the other thing I'd say is something that's carried over is their concern for basing your method on an understanding of the history of the text. So like Maurice can maybe disagree, but I don't think he will. He would agree wholeheartedly with that your method should be grounded in an understanding of the history of the text development, right? Those two have to go hand in hand. Where I think people do not follow them anymore is on their theory of the text historical development. So even the reason eclectics today would not agree with Westcott and Hort, for example, that the Byzantine text is a 4th century recension. Very few, if any, New Testament text critics would agree with that. And if you want, the standard work critiquing that view is by Klaus Wachtel. It's not well known sometimes by, well, okay, let's say in debates about the King James Bible because it's written in German. Okay, hasn't been translated into English. But his argument was very clear that Westcott and Hort were very wrong to think that the Byzantine text is the result of a 4th century recension, which reopens the question of, well, then what is it? Do you see? Right. And people can now answer that question in different ways, and my colleague would answer it differently from me and from Klaus Wachtel. But the point is, nobody is taking Westcott and Hort's particular history of the New Testament text as their starting point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
What they are still taking, though, I think, is this idea, the broader idea that you do need to have a theory of the text history in order to then practice textual criticism. Okay. Would you agree, Maurice?
I'll agree to most of that. The thing is, Westcott Hort's original theory was not just based on that Byzantine revision to create the Byzantine text in the 4th century by a formal recensional process, but they also add to their theory their concept of what they treated as genealogical method, which is basically erroneous because they didn't really do any genealogical. They only created an artificial stemma that they used, said if it were this way, then this is what would happen. And then they tried to say, well, now that's a conclusion and we'll determine our text based on this genealogical method that didn't exist. And Colwell strongly refuted that with his article on genealogical method, its limitations, and that part of their theory is not accepted either. So you've got that extra in there. The difference is still from their external evidence basis, which is what they are basing it on, and it is based on their interpretation of what knowledge of documents means. Sure. They worked in a method that would have been at the best circular, at least what they say. We don't know because they don't give us the data, but they said, first you look at manuscripts and you look at the readings that are in the manuscripts. This is trying to do the knowledge of documents, and then you determine which readings in a manuscript subjectively, in their opinion, are the best. And then after you get around that, then you come around to say, well, which manuscripts have the greater percentage of best readings? And then they are declared to be the best manuscripts. Then you go back around the circle again and say, now that these are the best manuscripts, when they agree, now they're the ones that we will follow. And that's sort of how the method went. So it was a circular, or you might even say it was a spiral, but I think it was more circular. But that's how they determined the text. And in reality, for Westcott and Hort, despite everything else they said about genealogy and Byzantine recension in the 4th century and all that, it still came down. They really had a very strong favoritism for Aleph and B, Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, and their position was really, if they agreed, that was basically the text. If they disagreed, then they would have to choose one or the other. But they were heavily on that side, and they would throw in other manuscripts that tended to share these, if you want to call them Alexandrian readings. Westcott and Hort called them neutral. But if you had manuscripts like L come in and it sided with B against Aleph, then they would go with the B and L combination. And they do this with various combinations to determine their text. But in essence, most of their text is related to Aleph and B, where both are extant. Now, you have problems because B ends in the middle of Hebrews. But after that, they would move to Codex Alexandrinus, which is A, and then they'd use that for the remainder of the New Testament and Revelation as usually their touchstones. Again, modern textual critics don't go with that procedure to determine the text. They are reasoned eclectics. They are using a combination of external evidence and internal criteria. And Westcott and Hort didn't even like internal criteria. They said it's too subjective. And they say that right in their introduction. They really are externalists. And the modern eclectics probably are equal balance or even more so toward internal than they are toward the external data. So the methodology today is quite different from Westcott and Hort. The issue that is raised by various complaints is, well, is our text today still almost the same as Westcott and Hort? And the answer is yes. There may be there in the New Testament, 17,000 something words, maybe about 500 words now are different from what was in Westcott and Hort.
Can you give a stat on that?
Yeah, we want the numbers.
So if you go to Allende and Allende, Kurt and Barbara Allende's
a little older.
Okay, so Peter Gary's used to, sort of talking about numbers, but even like say when Myths and Mistakes came out, he was saying no, the number is about 5,200. Now that's a number that came about in like the 1960s, I think, and Metzger used that number because I remember D.A. Waite used to constantly use a specific number, and he'd say that's from Bruce Metzger. It was like 5,257 or something like that, and so he would quote this all the time. But now they've come out and said no, there's way more. So people are confused about how text critics are counting these manuscripts, and so because it was sort of like, well, this is the definitive research, and even in debates, people have pulled up like people like James White and said, well, actually, the official count according to Myths and Mistakes is 5,200, but it's like that's been thrown up in the air, and so sometimes when it comes to these statistics, it's like, well, Peter Gary's about to pull up Maurice Robinson on percentages and things like that. But as I was pointing out in my last video with Taylor de Soto's understanding of how if you go below a 78% comparison rate, then there's no there's no transmission between these texts. But if James White and others have been saying, there's a clean transmission between Vaticanus and I think it was P75, but that was only 79.1%. It just scraped in, and it's like, they're related, And these percentage concepts, I think this is where we're getting away from the manuscripts. We're getting away from your words. We're getting away from the actual. It's there was a really good book in Australia called Statistics, Lies, and Damn Lies. And it just went through the whole thing of political statistics and how they would do polls, ring people up and ask them a baited question, and that would influence a poll, and that would influence an election. And so it just getting people's mind in a certain direction. And so I want to deal with the nuts and bolts. I want to deal with the words. I want to deal with practically what's actually happening, because I mean, these guys half the time won't even admit that there's solecism. Say at 1 Timothy 3:16, they just say, well, he broke out into a song. So they don't. Where Westcott and Hort, they clearly said it was a solecism, and that's why they had to adopt that theory that Paul broke out into a song, because it's so abrupt. It's just the sentence is just an abomination. And so if you just have a statistic on that, it doesn't tell you the full story, because behind every one of these variants is a story. And anyway, it was interesting to listen to Maurice Robinson talk about this. I'll just go through some of these comments. Dwayne Green said, I think it's pretty much accepted across the board that the Lucianic recension didn't happen. Yes. And I think they do touch on that a little bit later. Or maybe they actually touched on it in my last video. But that's one of the major things. And so what happened was they basically said that the Lucianic recension, and so basically Westcott and Hort taught that there was no Byzantine text before Chrysostom. So before like the 4th century, the Byzantine text wasn't in existence. But then there was a recension where all the true texts got destroyed, and what we were left with is just this horrible sort of Byzantine thing that just got, rubber stamped all around the world, and we've been stuck with that for quite a long time, until around the time of Ruckman, Tischendorf, Westcott and Hort, that they realized that Vaticanus wasn't a corrupt manuscript like Erasmus said and John Mill said. It's the best manuscript. And then the discovery of Sinaiticus, it's like, well, let's join these two together and we can create that text that they had back then. And so that was the whole concept behind it. But what we saw just only a few years later was like 20, 30 years later, with the discovery of the papyrus, they realized that the papyri are filled with Byzantine readings. And so a really good book, if you want to sort of discover a little bit more about that, it would be the Byzantine Text Type New Testament Textual Criticism by Sturz. And so it's a very interesting book. Or even, some of these guys, Maurice Robinson, this is Wilbur Pickering, The Identity of the New Testament Text. He basically he has like a whole chapter on the methodology of Westcott and Hort, the text of Westcott and Hort, evaluation of the Westcott and Hort theory. Almost like half the book is about Westcott and Hort. And so it's all that these guys are saying. It's very relevant. I mean, this is like 1980s. This is old school. This is 1980. So this sort of stuff's been known for quite a long time. And, people like the Dean Burgon Society, that they, cut their teeth on all these type of books and the majority text and all the rest of it. And so I'll go through some more of these comments. So Dwayne Green said, I think it's good to see Robinson and Gurry interacting publicly. Yeah, I think it's good because Gurry is a voice saying that about 50% of the Byzantine of the changes, to the critical text have come from Byzantine readings, which is very different because usually it's like, Alexandrian text good, Byzantine bad. That's usually been the cry. But now they're saying, well, let's look at some of these Byzantine readings, which is great. Like, to me, it's still the critical text. It's sort of like the Jehovah's Witnesses adopting a TR reading. It's like, oh, that's great. You still, you got 2,900 less words. Well, okay, you've got, 40 words that you've changed. That's great. What about the others? What about the other, 2,860 words? Let's deal with that. And so, but I think it's a move in the right direction. But and it's good that he is interacting with Maurice Robinson, but I still wouldn't agree with the text that Maurice Robinson produces either. And so, but being a Textus Receptus guy, a King James advocate, obviously I'm going to have my differences there. So Dwayne Green says, subjectively, their opinion. Yes, but Maurice Robinson was just saying that they subjectively said that some manuscripts were good and some manuscripts were bad based on certain readings that they just deemed good or bad. And so the thing is, people think textual criticism is a science. It's actually more an art form. That many times people are just reading through and that they like, I think that reads better. And sometimes when you go, especially through the critical text, you can see that there's even grammatical errors that someone from the Reformation would just say, hey, that's a grammatical error. That's an impossibility, but they still go with it because it's that's what they want. You know, it's not even going with correct grammar. So that would be one of the first alarm bells if we were reading through an old Bible or Shakespeare or something, and it just had really terrible grammar. We'd say, hang on, this might be a print error. This might be something's gone wrong here. Where oftentimes the critical text just goes, well, yeah, it's a mistake, but we think God made that mistake. Or, you know, that's what Metzger would say with Matthew chapter 1 with the genealogy there, with Asa and Asaph and Amon and Amos, the issue in Matthew chapter 1, verse 7 and 10. Metzger basically said that Matthew made these mistakes. So he's actually admitting that they're mistakes because the same genealogy appears 10 times in the Old Testament. And it's perfect. It matches up. But then in the New Testament, in the Textus Receptus is fine. In the Byzantine text is fine. In the critical text, we got the Westcott and Hort text using Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. So Sinaiticus and Vaticanus are wrong, but instead of just admitting that they're wrong and they're lousy manuscripts, let's say that Matthew made a mistake. So that comes against inspiration. It comes against, well, basically God is making mistakes in the originals. How can you see? One of the things is, one of the things is coming from a Textus Receptus perspective. If God created a book on mathematics and he had 1 + 1 = 2, but then you saw 1 + 1 = 3, you're like, hang on, something's wrong here. And you can't get around it. Just keep saying 1 + 1 = 3. It's like, well, I think there's something wrong there. And so that's in the Textus Receptus. I can't see any type of error like that. But in the critical text, I see error after error after error like that. I see the wrong genealogical lists. I see, as I just mentioned, in Matthew 1, I see the wrong numbers. You know, instead of 70, it's 72. Saul lived for ... years. In, I think it's 1 Samuel 13, verse 1. Just strange numbers, strange stories that get conflated. The swine marathon where the pigs run for 30 kilometers down the road. And imagine that. You're just seeing all the pigs running down the road because they go to the wrong location. Jesus is walking one direction. Next minute, he's in another town like 30 kilometers away. It's like, well, maybe he had a hoverboard or something. Maybe he just levitated there. You just sort of left going, this text is filled with error. Because Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are filled with these type of strange and weird errors. And they just creep into the Westcott and Hort text. And unfortunately, that's plagued the modern Bibles that we see. So Dwayne says, it's interesting that if you compare the NA with the Westcott and Hort text, Westcott and Hort is shorter, not by much, but it's definitely shorter. Okay, so that's interesting. And I think there's about 700 differences between the Westcott and Hort text and what we have today. Now, I know Maurice Robinson said there's about 500, and Peter Gurry was just about to talk about statistics and percentages and things like that. But I'm pretty sure the number is about 700. And so, and basically what happened was when, and so I sort of went through this in the last video. So you had Westcott and Hort make their text, but at the time there was a whole bunch of people making text. Von Sodden made a text. Weiss made a text. Weymouth made a text. There was a whole bunch of Greek text. So what Everhard Nestle did is he got the Westcott and Hort text, Tischendorf text, and the Weymouth text, which he later used the Weiss. So he used these three and he amalgamated them together to formulate his Greek text. Okay, so any differences, he put it in the margin. So the majority readings of those three he would use. So if it was 2 against 1, he would go with the 2. So that's how he formulated the Nestle text. So eventually Kurt Aland, he became part of that group, and so it became known as the Nestle Alarm text. And then eventually he teamed up with Metzger, Carlo Martini, and a bunch of other guys. So between like 1950 and sort of like 1975, they were working on the text quite a lot. And so it became known as the Nestle Aland text after Kurt Aland. And then the United Bible Society text was also another project, and they basically just amalgamated those two together. So it becomes known as the Nestle Aland United Bible Society text. So it's just, sort of like join. Like, to me, it's like getting the Watchtower magazine and the Awake magazine and joining them together and calling them the Jehovah's Witness Conglomeration magazine. It's just trivia. It's just sort of like, okay, but it's still sort of like the same beastie sort of thing. But then, and so, but basically, what they worked on. So the main point I'm saying all that for is when they asked Metzger, what text did you use to work on your text? Did you use the text of Everhard, Nestle, or his son Erwin, or what text did you use? He said, well, we sort of started from the beginning and we got the Westcott and Hort text, and we used that as our draft text, and we added and subtracted readings accordingly. And so I might just actually grab a Wikipedia article. Maybe Bruce Metzger. And I'll try and get to the page of the Greek New Testament. Okay. Greek. Da-da-da. No, I don't want Koine Greek. I want the article on. Actually, the one on Kurt Aland. Actually, it was Carlo Martini that we were looking at yesterday. I found it. So Carlo Martini was working on the text. So he's a Jesuit guy in line to be a pope, and he worked with Metzger. He worked with Aland, and they produced the text. Basically, that's they have the NA 28 today, so they produced like the NA. I think it was like 21, 22, up to like 25 or whatever. And so now, where is this link that I'm looking for? Here we go. The Novum Testamentum Graece. Okay. Oh, the 29th edition is expected in next year. There we go. All right, there you go. And so, where is the quote from Metzger? Okay, so here's all the guys who worked on it. 1966, whoops, sorry about that, to 2014. And so we see, Kurt Aland, Matthew Black, and so we see Carlo Martini, and here he is. I'll just show you a nice little picture of that, sitting right here with the boys, probably got his rosary in his pocket, got his brown scapula. He's probably been saying Hail Marys all morning, and there he is with the guys formulating the text that underlies the NIV and the ESV and all that. That's great. Great news to know that a Jesuit worked on this text, but that this is another elephant in the room that they don't want to talk about. So I'm going to talk about a few elephants in the room today. But I want to find this quote from Metzger. That's the wrong article now. Current editions. Okay. I'm going to jump to one more page. I'm sorry about this rabbit trailing, but I think it was Westcott and Hort. It was, because someone quoted something and I quickly checked it and it was here. Yeah, Bruce Metzger. In 1981, Metzger said the international committee that produced the United Bible Society's Greek New Testament not only adopted the Westcott and Hort edition as its basic text, but followed their methodology in giving attention to both external and internal consideration. And so when Kirk DeVitro, who's part of the Dean Burgon Society, he wrote to Bruce Metzger and said, how did you formulate your text? And basically he said the same thing. He said, well, we got the text of Westcott and Hort and we use that as a basis. So that would be like a draft, a bit like the King James translators. They were given 40 copies of the Bishop's Bible. They were to use that as a draft and to amend the text according to the originals and things like that. And amend the English language according to previous English translations. But the Bishops was their foundational draft. And so Westcott and Hort text was the foundational draft for the United Bible Society's text. And so it's very interesting. So I'll move that over here because we might look at that later. I'll go through some more of these comments because I don't want to. Sometimes people write really good, pertinent things in the comment section, and after 20 minutes, I don't, like Dory in Nemo, I swim around the bowl, and I don't know, I can't remember anything. I've got like a 1 second memory, and so we'll keep going through these comments, probably because of its reliance on Aleph and B. Yeah, so Westcott and Hort had the shorter text, and I think it's actually one of the principles. The shorter text is the better text. It's like the harder reading is the better reading. I think it's actually one of their core principles that the shortest reading is most probably the most genuine. So that was one of their principles that they went with. A. Hannah says, some manuscripts have been double and more counted from my understanding, and they are working to try and clear this issue up. Okay. Sort of how our elections work. Yeah. It's a classic. I remember I read Michael Moore's book, Stupid White Men, like years and years ago, before I really understood the whole left-right paradigm. And but it was just amazing. He just went through the whole Florida count and everything, and just how they sort of nominated, George Bush as our president, and they hadn't really even finished counting yet, and they kept counting, soldiers' votes and all this. And I was just like, man, the American system's so different now. I wouldn't really trust Michael Moore's work today. I guess he does say some true things, but it does have a huge bias. I'm more, I'd be considered a right-wing, socialist Nazi now, not socialist, but it's funny, the Nazis were socialists, and if you're a right-wing libertarian, you're a socialist. You're a nationalist socialist. It's so strange. Anyway, Dwayne Green says 1 Timothy 3:16 has only 5 Greek manuscripts before the 8th and 9th century. I'm not entirely convinced that Alexandrinus and Ephraemi Rescriptus are corrections. Now, I'd encourage you to read the article by Scott Jones. It was written in about 2003, and he talks about the 6 false citations in the NA 28 edition. So he said that ultraviolet technology has proven that in the original hands, these manuscripts had theos, and that the apparatus hasn't been corrected. And so that actually, it's going to be hard to find, so I'll find it for you. So if you go to Wayback Machine, Wayback Machine, I might just grab it here. lamblion.net. So if you go to lamblion.net, now I've always encouraged people to go to this site. It's brilliant. Now the guy might be a bit harsh, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Now he hasn't run his site since about 2016, so I would go to like 2011. That's probably when he had the best amount of articles, and so go to articles, textual criticism, and he's what I'll do, I'll actually put this link into chat there. Hopefully it fits. And he's this article here, false citations in the UBS 1 Timothy 3:16 explain. When you go through that, it just opens your mind. Like I read this probably 15 years ago, and that's why oftentimes people talk about 1 Timothy 3:16, and it's really the information in this article that, and it's been summarized so well that it just pours out of me. And so he has an amazing ability to summarize things and put them into succinct little nuggets. And so he's basically saying that there's 6 false citations, that the ultraviolet, he's saying, whereas ultraviolet technology has demonstrated the most of the corrections in the 5th manuscript, Aleph, especially those with doctrinal significance, were made before Aleph left the scriptorium. And so he's saying 4 of these uncials, A, C, F, and G, read theos in the original hand, contrary to the false citations of the NA UBS critical apparatuses. So, yeah, I would definitely recommend you read through that. And he also goes into the hymn theory. He looks at Dean Burgon and what he had to say about that. Very interesting stuff. And so he talks about he personally collated Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. So he's not just a dimwit. He's not, just Ruckmanite or Gippite or whatever. His stuff is very, very good, and he has a lot of other really good articles. A definition of monogenes. He talks about the guru of the critical text. He's got 3 articles on Bruce Metzger, Jehovah, which is in my book I quote a lot of this article. He's a Calvinist, and so I just overlooked that. Talks about LXX, model of reverse engineering. Easter or Passover has the same conclusions that I have. So yeah, these articles are gold. Anyway, so I'll get back to the video, but or actually I'll get back to the comments. 2 others have odd readings: neuter pronoun in Claromontanus and a dative pronoun in 061. I think that's the one that had the omega there. That's pretty strange. You need the Byzantine tradition to make sense of 1 Timothy 3:16. Yeah, it's got a predicate without a subject, that it's a grammatical blunder. And so text criticism is more like voodoo than an art form, but definitely not a science. Yeah. Maybe that's how they do their text criticism. They get the chicken bones, put it on the manuscripts. It's like, we'll go with that reading, But one thing that is strange, I mean, I know people like to have a genealogical link to whoever. Like, they try and tie me to Ruckman. It's like, who's Ruckman? I have to look him up and go, oh, actually, I don't agree with him on heaps of things, but apparently I'm a Ruckmanite, Stephen Anderson. So I run lots of groups on Facebook, and I actually have to run groups against people who I get labeled as, so that I can say, well, I actually run the Exposing Stephen Anderson Facebook page, or I run the Exposing Peter Ruckman group. So that way they can go, oh, you mustn't be a Ruckmanite then. But it doesn't stop Mark Ward from calling me a Ruckmanite. But Herman Hoskier, who, we would go, oh, well, we go back through Herman Hoskier and through Burgon, and we have to accept Scrivener and all this. I don't have to accept any of these guys. But at the end of the day, Herman Hoskier, he actually consulted a clairvoyant over the provenance of a manuscript, which is so strange. It's just bizarre to try and find out where this manuscript came from. He was going and seeing a witch. It's like, but people. He did a lot of interesting work, but it's like, what are you doing, dude? You don't do that. Just at least be a Christian. In 1979, in the intro to the NA26, Ayland stated that the era of Westcott and Hort is definitely over, but it still isn't really over, not impracticality in the resultant text. Yeah, and Helg says they can't break loose from the basic Westcott and Hort text. And that's the thing, their methodology has changed. What manuscripts they're looking at has changed, but it hasn't really diverted away from the Westcott and Hort text. And so, their methodology is constantly changing. I mean, with the CBGM, even James White's basically got on his program and said, everything you've learned so far about textual criticism, you may as well get rid of and start with the CBGM and work backwards from there. The rest of it's just history, because we're not even going to bother with those type of methodologies anymore. We're not going to go with, Alexandrian manuscripts, Western and Caesarean and Byzantine. We're not classing them that way anymore. And so it's all changed. And so this is the thing. We get labeled as being inconsistent and all the rest of it with our TR position and King James preferred position. But these guys, I mean, since, Griesbach and Bengel and Ruckman, and then Tischendorf comes on the scene, and these guys all have different methodologies. Then Westcott and Hort have this methodology that 20 years later gets debunked, and then they have this other methodology with Nestle, and then they invite the Jesuits along and Metzger and a whole bunch of liberals, and they have this other methodology. Then Ehrman comes along with his orthodox corruption concept. That's not new, but he popularizes that. And then now we've got the CBGM, and it's so inconsistent. It's all over the place. Why can't they just choose a methodology that works? I understand in any type of science you have to adjust, but it's like you're looking at people on this table here who have their presuppositions on how you get the Bible is so glaringly different from each other that they're considered almost enemies in academia, where we would side more with Maurice Robinson because he has a majority text position, and the vast majority of Textus Receptus readings are in agreement. But then I think that he is ignoring internal evidence as well. See, one of the things that I say against the majority text position is that many people will teach about homoioteuton, architeuton, which are forms of parablepsis, which are, you're reading a line, you skip a line, or you have, a scribe might have a similar beginning and they skip a line, or they miss a line completely, and, or they miss a word, it looked like the previous word, and they double up on it, or they forget to write it. So that's usually, if you go and talk to a majority text person, they'll tell you all these things. But when it comes to the practice of it, when Erasmus says, I spotted homoioteuton in Revelation chapter 22, verse 19, with the book of life, it's like, well, let's count the manuscripts. It's like, he said he spotted homoioteuton there. And so it's just never really even considered or dealt with. It's just, Erasmus is just wrong. And so oftentimes in his annotations, he's saying, there's a common error of sight here, but people overlook that. And unfortunately, the critical text guys have thrown so much sand in the air, it's pretty hard to see where to go and what to do. And I just sort of feel that at times, people who have a Byzantine position or a majority text position, many times are sort of half adopting the critical text position, or the methodologies of the critical text position, but using a different text. And so, anyway, that's my 5 cents. A. Hannah says, it's like when you release a virus on a population, it stays and mutates and is there from there on out. Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, you got the Wuhan thing, and then it's just morphed into something else. And now they're going to inflict us in 2025 with this new Nestle Alarm 29th edition. Maybe we should stop calling them editions and start calling them variants, strains. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Good call. Drop the link in the comments. Yes, I've got that link. Awesome, thanks. And Helg says, more like voodoo, hilariously funny. So we've got a few funny men in the crowd today. So let's continue with Peter Gurry.
But still, careful study.
So they compare Westcott and Hort's text to the Nestle 25th edition. We're now in the 28th, so keep that in mind. But when they were writing their book, they compared it to the 25th edition, and they say there are a total of 558 differences between the Nestle 28, or sorry, Nestle 25 and Westcott and Hort.
Right.
So
I think it's about 700 now.
they then go on to say, although 555 differences, or they say 555 differences is by no means a negligible amount. Now, you may disagree with them on whether that's negligible or not.
Right.
But the point is to say they are trying to make the case that you can't pigeonhole the Nestle Aland text as just a reprint of Westcott.
Yeah,
and Hort.
it's
Right.
not just a reprint, but it is still, if you took that into percentages, you're still at around 98% identical
Right.
as far as the resultant text.
Yeah.
But again, the methodology reaching these positions are totally different.
Right.
It's just like the differences between the Robinson-Pierpont Byzantine text and Hodges-Farstad.
Mhm.
We have two totally different methodologies, but we come into a text that's probably about 99.8% identical.
Right.
And
Totally different methodologies or slightly different methodologies? or is that a sensitive question to ask?
no, we could go into a whole discussion of Hodges and Farstad's methodology, but they went to a schematic approach. And
Counting noses.
that's where they could do schematics in the Pericope Adulterae and in Revelation, and elsewhere they were using von Soden strictly. They weren't.
So the majority text that was used by Hodges and Farstad, they used von Soden's text, and so von Soden, he basically had about 300 manuscripts that he had collated, and so that was considered to be a representation of the rest of the majority. So it's like, well, when they were saying, oh, well, the majority text says this, it's not like they went through and looked at all these manuscripts. They're looking at someone who's already collated 300, and they're going with those conclusions.
Looking at anything else
Right.
to correct errors in von Soden. And the trouble was that when the Byzantine was divided in von Soden, they would use the I group of von Soden, which is what today would be considered or called the Western and the Caesarean groups, and they would use that to tilt the balance. And the Byzantine priority position of Robinson-Pierpont would be, no, we don't touch that I group to make the final decision. We're making the decision from within the Byzantine text, and if it's split, we do use internal evidence as our primary decider if the evidence is almost equally divided.
Okay. That's helpful. And so let's maybe use that even to...
But see, I guess that doesn't take into consideration the fact that in all texts, in all manuscripts, people have to be aware that sometimes there can be an early corruption, an early writing that just got sort of rubber stamped, and so we understand that a lot of people would agree that in the Byzantine era, they had scriptoriums where they were just pumping out these manuscripts, and so sometimes they were creating the same error in 100 different manuscripts, but it just came from them having the original one that they were copying had that error, and so it just because you got more of them, it doesn't mean that you should just go, well, there's more of them. They had a whole school of scribes, and they pumped out 200-300 of those readings. It doesn't mean that you have to go with that reading. It means the internal evidence can also back up a minority reading. So you can have a minority reading that's sound, that's correct, that's doctrinally correct, that makes sense, it's logical, it's not, doesn't have any problems grammatically, it fits in with everything, and you might have other evidence for it. But in the Greek Byzantine era, when they're pumping out these manuscripts, it mightn't agree, and so that's where I think, because it seemed like Maurice Robinson was saying they only really do that internal investigation when it's sort of like 50-50. It could go either way with the reading. You've got 50% majority here, 50% majority there. It's like, which one do you go with? And like I was saying, if they find 500 manuscripts at Mount Athos tomorrow, their text is changed completely, because that'll tip the balance with a whole bunch of manuscripts. It's like, oh, that's not 40% reading now, it's a 60% reading. We have to go with that reading. So you basically getting all these editions, crossing out all the old readings and putting in the new ones according to new finds. And so this is one of the things. Have we a received text that has been with the church and with the people of God all the way through, or are we still trying to find the text? And so for us TR people, we're not trying to do textual criticism. James White will say, oh, you guys aren't doing textual criticism properly. It's like, we're not trying to. It's been done. It's been nailed. So that we believe that we have all the words of God with us. You know, James White's like, I want to know what Paul said. I want to know what James said. You know, it's like, well, we know what Paul said. We know what James said. Because Revelation chapter 22, verse 18 and 19 inadvertently says that we will know what the words of God are. Because how can you commit the sin of adding and subtracting from the words if you don't know what they are? If everyone's like vague and like, well, we don't know really what the book of Revelation says, and so it doesn't matter if you just chop that word out and change this and do that. You know, who cares? You know, no one knows where the words are. Well, the book is clearly saying if you add and subtract from the words, your part is taken from the book of life. A very serious thing. And this is one of the elephants in the room that I was about to talk about before. Is these guys say, oh, well, it's not an issue that's a primary doctrine and all this sort of stuff. At the end of the Bible, it says, now I'm going to get the Bible out and I'm going to read it. And because a lot of people don't want to deal with the scripture. Revelation 22. And I'll get it in the original King James, so you know I'm not adding and subtracting myself. It clearly says here, I'll get another page. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of this prophecy of this book, if any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book. So it's clear, if you're not in the holy city, you just read the earlier words in this chapter. It's like outside of the dogs, the sexually immoral, the liars, the cowards, you're outside. You're outside of the society of God. And so and your part is taken from the book of life. That doesn't sound good to me. So these verses inadvertently say that there will be somewhere where you know that you've walked up, grabbed a word and thrown it in the bin, or gotten your own word and I'm going to squeeze that in there, that you will know. Because it's not like you're committing a sin, you're committing adultery. And so the Bible doesn't say, you know, you can't sleep with other people. It's, you know, it's just all vague and you don't know it's a sin or whatever. No, it says thou shalt not commit adultery. So you know what adultery is. You know what sexual immorality is. You know what stealing is. You know, and the thing is, here it says, don't add, don't take away. So that must mean that, and this isn't just for, you know, these 7 churches. It's not just for the Greeks who could read it in Greek back then. This is for everyone of all time. We're all going to know where the words of God are. And so people in other languages, they're going to know this. They're going to, can I add or subtract from the words of God? Where are the words? If you were to ask me if I can commit that sin, I can. I know where the words of God are. I know the King James Version, the underlying text, the Textus Receptus, Masoretic text. I know where the words of God are. If I was to add or subtract from them, I would be committing a sin. But some people, like Maurice Robinson yesterday in our video, he was just saying, well, the book of Revelation, it's a bit, you know, it's got a lot of, you know, readings that are a bit iffy sort of thing. I can't remember exactly how he said it, but it wasn't putting much confidence that we actually have the words of God in the book of Revelation. And so I guess he can add and subtract because he has this flimsy sort of, well, the words of God, you know, they're it could be this, it could be that. And where, to me, to do that sin, it clearly says don't do this sin. And it has eternal ramifications if you do this sin. And so why isn't anyone talking about this? This is probably the main verse about textual criticism, about Bible translations, versions. Why isn't this the banner that everyone puts on? Why doesn't Mark Ward put this verse on every video that he does and say, yeah, we shouldn't do that, warning people? It's almost like they don't want to believe that this is actually in the Bible. And I guess, you know, they're like, oh, Erasmus sort of made this up or whatever, you know. So BE Separate says Westcott and Hort is spinning launch pad they launch from. Though they try to change trajectory, they're still spinning in the same direction. Yeah, so they've started the thing and it's still going in that direction. Yeah, it's very interesting concept there. And I appreciate your comments yesterday, BE Separate. They're very good. The Power of One said, but are you saying this applies to the entire New Testament or just one specific book, Revelation? Well, I usually only use Revelation because some people say, oh, it's just talking about the book of Revelation. And it's like, okay, well, let's go with what you think then. I believe it's talking about the whole book. Specifically because it says in Deuteronomy, do not add to the words of God or take from them. It says, you know, God will preserve every jot and tittle. And I believe that's talking about the words of God, because the words in Hebrew had to be translated into other languages. And obviously not everyone speaks Hebrew. And so it's not just going to be the jots and tittles. The jots and tittles are the building blocks that make up words. So he's saying that the words are going to be accurate. So anyway, let's get back to what's being said here.
To shift now from, as we've talked about, that similarity of approach, maybe even though distinctly different principles, the text itself seems similar. I want to hear different perspectives from each of you. Why is the modern text, how similar is the modern text to theirs, as you've raised some numbers now, and why? Why is the text similar? Is it because of a direct influence of Hort and Westcott? Is it something before them, something after them? Where does that come from? And maybe, Peter, we can start with you and then bounce it around.
Sure. So, maybe I could back up a little bit and just say something about even the comparison itself. Now, it has been made many, many times. People often compare, when new editions come out, it's not been uncommon in the history of the last 100+ years for editors to compare their text with Westcott and Hort. But I think it's a little bit there are reasons why their edition became such a touchstone, but it's not as if they are somehow out on a limb at their own time. If you were to compare their edition to Tregelles' or Tischendorf's, those three editions would also agree with each other much more than any of those three would agree with, say, a Byzantine text or a TR, do you see? So they're not sort of out on a limb and they single-handedly change everybody's mind. It's more that they are part of a much larger group of, scholars, maybe large when we're talking about text criticism.
Right.
Word, but they're part of a group
the small nerd club.
They're part of a small group of scholars, but who are very, very knowledgeable and well-regarded, who are all together moving away from the Textus Receptus at the same time. And also at that same time, now Tregelles is a little bit different because of the time, but using Sinaiticus for the first time to do that. Now remember, this is all before the discovery of the papyri. So once the papyri come along, if all the papyri that were discovered were all purely Byzantine texts, I suspect we'd be in a very different place today.
Sure.
And our modern texts would not look as close to Westcott and Hort as they do. But that's a really important thing that happened in the intervening period between Westcott and Hort and us, is the discovery of over 100 papyri, many of which, not all of which, but many of which confirm to scholars that the text in, say, Vaticanus or Sinaiticus is indeed early and, I would argue, good. But
inadvertently also the text, as people like Stirs talks about, inadvertently it proved that the Byzantine readings are early. And so it destroyed the whole concept of Westcott and Hort, that the Byzantine was basically invented around the time of Chrysostom.
But even if you don't argue that it's good, you cannot deny that it's early.
Right.
You see?
Right.
And so,
relatively early.
Yes. So if you want to blame somebody for the fact that our modern critical text looks so similar to Westcott and Hort, to me is a weird criticism. But if you do, if you want to go that route and say they're so similar, that's bad. The people to blame are the people that copied the papyri, I would argue, at some level, because those papyri helped confirm the view that Sinaiticus and Vaticanus were very good manuscripts overall.
So entirely independent of work that Westcott and Hort had done.
I mean, nothing's entirely independent of them, but in the
as an influence.
Yes, the papyri. It's not like anybody's just reading Westcott and Hort and saying, well, what text did they pick? Let's just pick the same one because they're Westcott and Hort.
Right.
No, that's not it. That's not it at all.
Okay, that's really helpful. Abaddon, thoughts there? Agreement, disagreement?
Yeah, I can see
Okay, so just before we get into that, I saw a quotation on my Textus Receptus Academy the other day, and I thought that I would grab it. It's been a lot of activity. Here we go. So this is not my group, the Textus Receptus memes for Bible believers. Some people think it's my group, and when someone does a meme and it comes up, it's not me. And so sometimes people do memes and they're actually not funny. And so I'm like, no, my memes would be really funny, or really, they would go in a different way. And so when people think that it's me, it's like, Mark Ward, thinks that I'm a whole bunch of people that I'm not as well. And so anyway, he's in some of his footnotes where it says, I think he says I was really aggressive or something. But anyway, it says here, these, the papyri, like the fragments of a collection of sayings of our Lord found in the same place, are probably parts of pocket volumes written for private use rather than general circulation. And no doubt many such existed among the humble circles in which Christianity at this time chiefly flourished. Valuable as such copies may be on account of their age, we cannot look to them with any confidence for purity of the text. So that was Kenyon. So it's very interesting, because if he's correct and these are just sort of like pocket volumes, they could just be sermon notes. It could be just someone scribbling down things as they've heard someone preach, or quote the Bible, and they're just trying to fill in the blanks. But we find a little credit card size manuscript, and we're like, this is the original reading, and it's like, you don't know anything about that. And Dean Burgon, he was pretty clear about genealogical links to this manuscript or that manuscript. He said it's like going into a graveyard where all the graves are unmarked and trying to figure out who was related to who. Now, I know that certain sciences could help us with those things today, but it's like, back in Burgon's time, I think he had a very good point. It's like you just don't know who wrote this, what it was about. Maybe it's part of a book saying, whatever you do, don't translate the Bible this way. And that's the only bit that survived. You know what I mean? It could be anything. And Kenyon's just saying it's probably just little bits that people put in their pocket, maybe little, pamphlets and things that they carried around to memorize things. And now let's give them the benefit of the doubt. What if it is actually from, the time of the early church and the time of, what would be considered the Alexandrian text? It could be. These papyri could be, but there were people like Marcion around with texts that were corrupt. So because it's early doesn't mean that it is accurate. And the thing is, too, we understand that there are sciences out there, and especially in the last few years, people have become more and more skeptical of certain sciences. But specifically evolution, we're looking at someone finds a bone or a tooth, and they're saying, it's this old, it's this animal, and the vast majority of those findings in the last 150 years have been proven false and been proven wrong. But we still see the evidence of, it's like Westcott and Hort have sort of created this Lucy-looking, half monkey, half human sort of thing in the corner, and it's like it's been thoroughly debunked. But it's like, no, we still like the Lucy thing. It fits in with our charts, and we're still going with that. It's like Westcott and Hort were completely wrong. They believed in a Lucianic recension. That would mean that a lot of people in that era believed in that type of thing. And a lot of people worked with Westcott and Hort. It wasn't like they just worked alone. They had people working with them, and some of these guys had done their own Greek texts, and so they would have been influenced with the same type of thing. So it's like having a bunch of people who believe in evolution all working on a project together. It's like, well, they're going to come to similar conclusions, and just because Westcott and Hort might have had a slightly different methodology to someone else, or it doesn't mean that it's just sort of like, well, this is just the consensus of all scholarship back then. scholarship in England at that time became hugely influenced by Unitarians. Unitarians basically took over the Bible societies. I mean, if you look into the history of the Trinitarian Bible Society, started in 1804. William Wilberforce was involved with that. Now they had a Textus Receptus based Bible, a Masoretic text based Bible, and they were to be guided by the King James Version. And so they continued on until I think it was 1833, or might have been 1831, I think it was. And they had an annual conference, and there were so many Unitarians at the conference. When they went to pray in the name of the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, they were booed. And it got to the point where the Trinitarians left, a vast majority of Trinitarians left the Bible societies and formulated the Trinitarian. They formulated the Trinitarian Bible Society because so many Unitarians had joined. And so that's 50 years before Westcott and Hort. That's the Bible societies. So it's like Jehovah's Witnesses taking over your church. It's just like, what do I do? And so that's what was happening in England. So you had to have a distinct Bible society called the Trinitarian Bible Society, because the Bible Society that's still around today, United Bible Society, UBS text. Heard of that one? And you wonder why there's so many verses about, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, Father, Word, and Holy Ghost. God was manifest in the flesh. Why are all these verses to do with the deity of Christ? Not all of them, but the deity of Christ, the Trinity. Why are they weakened? Why are so many missing, changed? What's happened here? Well, there's been a huge Unitarian influence, and so many of these scholars were influenced by that. Von Soden, I think it was Caspar Rene Gregory. A lot of these guys were influenced, and so I'm pretty sure Von Soden was a Unitarian. Anyway, I'll have to look that up.
That in 1844, Olive comes out, and definitely took some time before it became.
Let me interrupt real quickly just to say, not comes out as in was produced then.
No, not
some people who claim that kind of an idea, but it was discovered.
Yeah, it was discovered definitely by Tischendorf, but slowly it made its way into text critical introductions, and of course by the time Westcott and Hort write, this is understood. Olive and B are the good manuscripts. And then after that, I think most critical editions did maintain the same text, albeit the methodologies began to change and realized they also saw the inconsistency, the whole Western non-interpolations. It doesn't take long to go away. That, as good as that book is, that part didn't make any sense.
It's a little biased.
It's a really odd way of putting things, right?
I think we mean the neutral text is wrong.
Right.
But let's call it Western non-interpolation.
So things like that, I think it didn't take long before people realized, okay, now that there's a mistake there, there's a problem there, there's a bias.
Right.
So.
Okay. So maybe a dropping of some ideas of a neutral text, hopefully no longer a bias there. What about, you mentioned a little bit earlier, and we've kind of mentioned it without saying his name, what about the idea of elution recension? How key is that idea to a modern text? Because here's what happens a lot in some of the literature that we're talking about in some of these sessions. They'll claim modern Bibles are based on Westcott and Hort. Westcott and Hort was based on this idea of elution recension. Here's evidence or lack of evidence that ever took place. Therefore, we've disproved every Bible but the King James. It's not that simple, but that gets presented a lot. So tell us a little bit about.
Across the board, I mean, I don't know who holds to that other than certain people, but
You hold to Lucian.
Yeah.
Metzger held to it.
Right.
And Metzger.
I think that's gold. It's like, there's certain King James people, TR people, he's basically mocking, saying, well, if you can disprove the Lucianic recension, then you have to read the King James sort of thing. They have these type of conclusions. And I know there are people out there who would say things like that, It's like, we won that point, so we won every point. But then Maurice Robinson's like, well, Metzger held to that. Kurt Aland held to that. And so I might just rewind that bit, just sort of in case you missed it, because it's sort of like Maurice Robinson, sometimes he's a bit like James Snap Jr. to me. James Snap Jr., sometimes he's fighting for the King James, sometimes he's fighting completely against it. But when he's fighting for it, he's usually got bullets to defend what he's saying. And so we'll go back a little bit further and let's continue.
Here's evidence or lack of evidence that ever took place. Therefore, we've disproved every Bible but the King James. It's not that simple, but that gets presented a lot. So tell us a little bit
Across
about
the board, I mean, I don't know who holds to that other than certain people, but
We do hold to Lucian.
Yeah.
Metzger held to it,
Right.
and Metzger never actually repented from that, but he was holding to
Repented,
the
that's a
Lucianic
strong word.
recension.
The book to
well,
see on that is Klaus Wachtel's dissertation. That's the whole thesis of his dissertation, was to disprove that claim that the Byzantine text is the result of a concerted 4th century recension done by Lucian.
It is not
And
a
he's adamant.
it is not a formal recension.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
that
Right.
It is
simple.
not a formal
And
recension.
but Metzger was trying to do what Westcott Hort did with their genealogical argument by arguing from the Lucianic recension to again come up with a reason for why the Byzantine text would
Right.
have been a 4th century creation and not something pre-existing.
Right. In other words, to not have to deal with a whole chunk of manuscripts that they could kind of set
Yeah.
aside as they were doing their
And you had the
their own
problem
work.
with Kurt Aland too,
Mhm.
because Kurt Aland, when he originally started the Textual series, where he was going through 1,000 test passages to determine which manuscripts were the most Byzantine so they could be eliminated from consideration, because Kurt Aland held the same view that if they're Byzantine, they're bad, so just eliminate them and we'll work only with the ones that are left.
You can see Peter Gurry's just said, "Oh no," because Peter Gurry, he is up to his eyeballs in the critical text theory, and what you find with these majority text guys, they're basically, and as I mentioned last time, I don't want to just repeat myself in this video, but as I mentioned last time, my understanding is Dean Burgon started the majority text movement. Now he had enough bullets to come against Westcott and Hort to defeat them thoroughly, but he was in no way just a TR defender or a King James advocate. Now he would prefer those over the critical text, but he promoted what's called the traditional text. And so that today would just be labeled the majority text or Byzantine priority position sort of thing. So yeah, and so with Gurry and Berg sitting there, they're listening to someone who has been saturated in Burgon's material, and he's saying stuff that I'm in agreement with. A lot of the time, there are times where I don't agree with, but he's coming against their presuppositions. He's poking holes in their argument. And if you read, Pickering's material, he's a lot stronger and a lot more, I guess, bombastic, they would call it. He basically just says, in some of the articles, he says these guys are from Satan and all this sort of stuff. But let's continue.
Well, a little, small caveat to that. He's trying to eliminate repetition. So he doesn't want to have to include all the Byzantine manuscripts. He wants to include representatives of it in order to identify which manuscripts can best represent the larger whole. He does the select test passages, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So he's not trying, in that work, he's not trying to eliminate the Byzantine text per se.
But he does say elsewhere that he considered the Byzantine text of no value.
Correct. He's not a particular fan, but I think that's an important point of a big difference. So I think what happens is I don't think many people really buy, maybe Metzger, I don't remember, but I don't think a ton of people necessarily buy Westcott and Hort's view that the Byzantine text is a result of a 4th century recension done by Lucian.
Right.
And so Maurice Robinson's just going, well, Metzger, Kurt Aland, and they're like, well, I don't think many people believe that. And it's like, okay, let's just go back to the Wikipedia article that I had here of who made this. Let's look at the committee. That's Kurt Aland there. That's Bruce Metzger. The two main guys, so it doesn't matter really what the other little underlings think. These are the main dudes with huge influence. These are like the Westcott and Hort of that era. Now, you got Carlo Martini, the Jesuit involved. You got a few other guys involved, but it's like, if they're basically following the Westcott and Hort methodology and they're saying, Alexandrian good, Byzantine bad. And so the thing is, the Lucianic recension theory is still here today. They've just rehashed it. Now, let me propose this to you. When James White's talking about his text, he will say, well, you've got the Byzantine text and blah, blah, blah. And he'll say, because something called Islam came on the scene, which made it hard for texts to be made, and they were burning Bibles and all this sort of stuff. So he talks about that. But what he's actually doing is, instead of having the Lucianic recension, he's just pushing it back a couple of centuries and saying, well, Islam came on the scene and destroyed, all the really good texts of that era. And then, the Byzantine aberrations sort of started happening. They started rubber stamping everything, and that just got popular. And, so then we've been stuck with this horrible Byzantine text. But the real text, it wasn't Lucianic recension. We understand that. We admit that, that's not what happened. But Islam happened. So it's the same result, that basically someone somewhere made these texts all disappear. So that's their conspiracy theory. They've already created a conspiracy theory of the Lucianic recension. It's been proven completely false. So then they've made up another conspiracy theory that it's just Islam. Islam made all those texts disappear, but they didn't have access to all the Byzantine texts, so that's what's left over. No, this is just basically a rehash of the Lucianic recension theory.
Yeah. But you don't need to nevertheless come away with their same conclusion, that the Byzantine text looks like, in places certainly, looks like a combination of, say, Western readings and Alexandrian readings, and therefore it's a descendant text type from the other two, and this is where their genealogical method is so important.
So let me just break this down for you. So usually what you would have had in the time of the Reformation is texts that were considered good and viable and valuable, and texts that were just rubbish. Okay, so like, Codex D, Beza sort of saw that as like a bit of an aberration, and it's like, it's interesting, it's got some interesting readings, but like, don't translate it, don't use it. So you've never seen really a Bible translation come out of Codex D. That's our Bible. We're going to use that. It's not copied, it's not transmitted, it's not, they don't make versions of it and all the rest of it. But it's the same with Vaticanus and the same with Sinaiticus. You don't see a Vaticanus Bible out there. I mean, they sort of try, because people like me and TR defenders say this sort of stuff. People are like, well, I'm going to make it, and then they try and do it. But it's like, you don't organically see this thing happen. You haven't seen Sinaiticus, like a whole bunch of copies of Sinaiticus manuscripts around, and then a whole bunch of translations from that manuscript, or from Vaticanus, or they're just rejected, just like Codex D was rejected. They're just poor manuscripts, And so I'm just trying to gather my thoughts to what I was trying to get at there. So I'll let Peter Gurry continue. Actually, I'll rewind it because he triggered a thought, and now I'm like, story, I've swum around the fishbowl, and I'm like, what's my name?
Looks like, in places certainly, looks like a combination of, say, Western readings.
Yeah. So he's talking about the four types of readings, Alexandrian, the Western, the Caesarean, and the Byzantine. So now they don't really recognize the other two. So they basically just have Byzantine and Alexandrian. But now they're trying to sort of blur those, but they still use that type of terminology. So what D.A. Waite said a long time ago, I used to listen to a lot of his Dean Burgon stuff, and he had a really interesting theory. He said what they've done is they've made these manuscripts into four groups. Now, some of these groups, like the Byzantine group, has 5,000 manuscripts in it. The Alexandrian had about 50 manuscripts, and the others, some of them were like, well, we don't even know how many manuscripts are in there because it's so vague, this type of terminology. And when you look at the Alexandrian one, they have like Vaticanus and Sinaiticus in the same group, and they're so vastly different. Like Hoskier pointed out 3,000 times just in the Gospels alone, these variants and changes. And so Dean Burgon said it's easier to find it where there's an error than where they agree. There's that might be a tiny bit of an exaggeration, but there's so many errors in these texts that how can they be part of the same family? But they put them in the same family, and then it's like they vote. They go, okay, So who wants to vote the Byzantine text out? Let's go. Okay, so Alexandrian, Caesarean, the Western text. Let's have a vote. 3 against 1. You're out, sort of thing. And that you can still see that sort of happening today. They're still using this type of categorization to speak about manuscripts, or the Western text says this and that, or that has a better reading here and there. And sometimes the Alexandrian one is like 50 manuscripts. And so it's quite interesting when you look into all those type of statistics.
And Alexandrian readings, and therefore it's a descendant text type from the other two, and this is where their genealogical method is so important. Making that argument allows them to then eliminate the Byzantine text anytime it differs from the other two.
Right.
And that, I think, a lot of scholars did follow them in, even though they didn't necessarily need the Lucianic recension theory to do that. They nevertheless
took the
still felt
conflation
that.
theory,
Right, conflation.
as,
Many still bought
and
that.
accepted it as
Yes.
proof. And the trouble
Yes.
is, the conflation also could be looked at from the opposite angle, that if you may have a combined reading, and one of the ones Westcott Hort used was Luke 24:53. They're continually in the temple praising and blessing God.
Mhm.
Well, the possibility is also equally there, because the Alexandrian text has one reading praising, and the Western text has the blessing, and so therefore the Byzantine combined them. But it can be looked at from exactly the opposite. The longer reading could be original. It actually fits Lucan stylistic practices where he joins two participles together. You have something very similar with the shepherds in Luke 2 that are returning back, and they're praising and glorifying God too. So it could be the case that the longer reading, Byzantine reading in Luke 24:53 was accidentally or even intentionally abridged by either that what we call the Alexandrian scribes or the Western scribes to produce those elements by dropping one of the words.
Right.
Because otherwise it might be considered redundant.
Which is an internal argument from intrinsic probability.
It is.
Can
So-
I add to this?
Yes,
What you said about
yes.
the text? So I think, talking about, I think it's important to note that a lot of people followed Westcott and Hort in their low opinion of the Byzantine text when it stands alone.
Right.
Okay. I think that's one of the most important changes in the last 20 years.
Tell us about that change.
Is that I think the editors of the Nestle Aland text now are actually much more willing to accept that the Byzantine text, when it stands alone from other manuscripts, earlier manuscripts, can still be correct. And I think that's a notable shift. Now, that does not mean the resulting text looks like Maurice Robinson's text at every point. It certainly doesn't.
Right.
But it
But
should.
it does look
But it should,
more-
obviously. Yeah.
It looks more like it than Westcott and Hort did.
Okay.
And so I've written about this in a number of places, but I think one of the biggest shifts that's happened in the discipline is that there is more willingness to accept what we could call Byzantine readings, that is, readings found in only the later manuscripts. without
Uniquely
early support.
Byzantine
Yeah,
readings.
so you get something like uniquely Byzantine readings. There's more willingness, and I would include myself in this, more willingness to accept those readings as being original than there used to be, even when I was a student. So this was something that had to change for me in my dissertation period. So like I went into my dissertation with this sort of mentality of the Byzantine text is always wrong when it's by itself, and isn't that convenient? Because anytime it's by itself, I can move on. It's actually quite, useful if true, but I became convinced that it's not true, and that I should take a much closer look at Byzantine readings. So I'm, on record as defending readings found in these later manuscripts, these later Byzantine manuscripts that don't have early support necessarily, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's a real shift, and it's important for people to know that is different from Westcott and Hort.
Greater respect given to the Byzantine
Yep.
text, and not a
Greater-
wholesale willingness to
not
follow it
wholesale
everywhere for
reject it
everyone.
when
Some
it's alone.
some would,
Yep.
but among broad New Testament textual criticism,
Yep.
you'd say there's a greater respect today for the
Yep.
Byzantine text form.
So much so that the latest edition of the Didio Criticum Major that the Nestle Aland is now based on basically talks about rejecting and reversing the unfair bias against the Byzantine text. That's not a Byzantine prioritist writing.
So basically, they're admitting they've been wrong for 100 years. What? That's basically what he's doing. He's saying, and regardless of whether he's going into a good direction, because I'm all open to people admitting faults. You'd say, look, I've been wrong. I'm sorry about that. And I'm moving in this direction. If you're moving in the correct direction, yeah, kudos to you. But doesn't that mean that everyone before you has been wrong? Metzger, Kurt Aland, Westcott and Hall, all these guys have been wrong. So can you really trust what they're saying when you no longer hold their methodology, you no longer hold their text critical principles? How can you go, well, we have, a text that's pretty much the same. We're going to go with their readings. It just seems strange. And also for the Textual Confidence Collective, their whole definition of what it is to be textually confident, which is sort of, having a text that could go this way, could go that way, and all the rest of it. Maurice Robinson just said, it should go with all my readings. Isn't that textual absolutism? So he would, these guys should throw him into the basket of textual absolutist, because he believes that those readings are the readings. And so I'm only just throwing that out there because it's like, their whole thing is trying to basically get away from the labels of King James only, TR only, and just sort of relabel everything, but still have the same objective to demonize people who say we have the words of God here today. And so I'm pretty sure that what's amazing is when you listen to some critical text guys like, say, James White, he's absolutely 100% sure that this reading is that. And it's like, well, isn't that absolutism? Isn't having double brackets in the NA 28 edition around certain bulk areas of scripture, like the last 12 verses of Mark, the Brick-a-Bay Adulterae, isn't that absolutely, certain that those aren't valid readings? Isn't that textual absolutism? So when is it absolutism, or when is it acceptable to be absolute, and when is it not? Is it just TR King James absolutism bad, and Byzantine absolutism is okay, and critical text absolutism is okay, but just if you're a TR person and you're an absolutist, you're a Neanderthal.
Certainly not a King James only. Yes. Right. These are modern proponents of an eclectic method who are producing the standard academic edition of the Bible, of the New Testament. They are the ones saying, time to do away with this unfair bias against it.
Okay, you clearly have something you want to chime in there with.
So Helg says they should produce a text then, which is that extra step away from Westcott and Hort. Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. It's how many people do you know who would just basically have the whole methodology of Westcott and Hort? Byzantine's bad, Alexandrian is good, but now the scholars are like, oh, we're moving away. I personally moved away from that, and we're sort of moving back into, oh, Byzantine is okay, and all this. It's like, well, it's going to take years for all these other people to catch up to that. And so the methodology is just constantly changing. It's so inconsistent.
This is true that they have shifted that position, but in reality, the amount of shift, if we took it into percentage terms, is still a very minute amount. I don't know what the total number of Byzantine readings that have been accepted from the Catholic epistles, from the Book of Acts, and from Mark up till this point has been, but we're talking maybe less than 100.
But if I can put it in different terms, places where they've changed their mind from the Nestle Elan, say 27, a very good chunk, and I don't know the number offhand, but I want to say somewhere in the range of 50% of the changes they've made have been in favor of a Byzantine reading. Mm-hmm. So it tells you when they have been willing to change their mind.
Yeah.
They're going back to the King James now. So readings that in the 1980s and 90s, people would have, James White would have said, no, that's not the correct reading. That's a Textus Receptus reading. You guys are Neanderthals. You guys are Ruckmanites. You guys are idiots. And now they're like, oh, actually, that reading, it's not that bad anymore. Let's put it in our text.
The Byzantine text is clearly having a bigger effect.
They just need to increase the percentage.
Raise those numbers.
They're never going to say.
Well, the thing is, Peter Gurry's text is about 94% in agreement with the Textus Receptus. Robinson's text is about 98.5% in agreement with the Textus Receptus. But regardless of whether you have a lot of disagreement or just a small disagreement, there's still disagreement. where are the words of God? Which one is correct? And so I'm here to advocate for the Textus Receptus, for the underlying text of the King James Bible is the accurate text.
Satisfy Maurice because he wants the Byzantine text in every place.
They are never going to approve a reasoned eclectic today, or someone using CBGM is never going to come to a Byzantine text conclusion.
Right. Sure.
This is just a given based on their own presuppositions.
Sure. That's fair.
So how's that? It's not like they're so open-minded that they would actually adopt a Byzantine text position, because their CBGM has presuppositions that are related to Westcott and Hort, that are related to Metzger and Ehrman and these other influences.
My presuppositions that naturally must differ.
That's fair. Well, I appreciate that disagreement. I appreciate the crosstalk. Before we wrap up, does anyone have anything else that they want to just kind of jump in?
You know what would be funny? Because Maurice Robinson is coming so much against Mark Ward's position and Timothy Berg's position, imagine if they did what they did to Bryan Ross and just did a whole video calling him a coward, like they did with Bryan Ross. Befriended him and we like you. You're one of the good King James guys. You're one of the good TR advocates, and then just a whole video saying he's a coward, and just dissing him and lying about him, and like they did. It's quite amazing. If you don't know about that, go to Bryan Ross's channel. I think it's called Grace Life or something. But if you just type in Bryan Ross, it's BRYAN, Ross, ROSS, and you can see in his playlist, he has a whole section. He made a ton of videos on Mark Ward and Timothy Berg, doing a video about him and basically calling him a coward. And when they befriended him and said he was one of the better guys, he's one of the best, most charitable people they've met and all this stuff, and then they just threw him under the bus. Said, we don't need you anymore, we don't want you anymore, you're a King James only kooky sort of guy, see you later. And I wonder if they're going to do that to Robinson as well. That'll be very interesting.
An ad about this idea of modern textual criticism and the impact of Westcott and Hort on it, and then maybe I want to ask a question about the English Revised Version.
Oh, okay.
And the impact
That's
there.
what I was going to talk about.
If somebody else doesn't have anything else they want to jump in, please.
Well, I'll jump in on the one thing there, that you do have reasoned eclectic textual critics who have been complaining over the last 50 years that the resultant text still does resemble Westcott Hort much more than it resembles anything else. This would include Caldwell, it includes Epp, it includes even Kurt Aland. There's others that have said all this, and the question that was asked, even Kenneth Clark said the same thing, but the question someone of them asked was, how much progress have we really made in the text if we still resemble Westcott Hort that much? And I think Clark and Caldwell did put the finger on what it was. We can't do textual criticism until we get a good history of the text as the basis for it. And if you don't have the history of the text, this is why Epp said eclecticism is temporary. It's a holding process. It's not supposed to be the be-all and end-all to solve the problems. We just need that history of the text, and each side has to decide a historical model to work from. The Byzantine text has a historical model.
Yeah.
Whether or not some people think that it's not all there and spelled out.
Right. And maybe not in every case yet demonstrated by internal evidence, but you're working on it and you're going to finish.
But we do have a history of the text that underlies our methodology.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I would say, the difference between me and Maurice is not that we think the history of the text he thinks it's important, I think it's not important.
Right.
It's actually, we just have different histories of the text that we are working from.
Right.
I think that's the difference.
And it's fair that some of that may be provisional as we're working. I mean, pastors have to wrestle with textual variants as they're preaching. The field has to press forward. Maybe we don't have a perfectly reconstructed history of the text, but we've got to do something with what we've been given. You look like you wanted to chime in there.
I was just going to say one thing that needs to be mentioned is the attempt to do away with text types. Like they're passe, they're done, we need to move on. I think it's way too early to say that.
Okay.
And I feel like the text types are still here and still valuable. Even with the CBGM methodology, I know that's some of the things maybe you could address that the text types are not going to matter, but isn't it true that the initial data that is fed in is based on text types?
I want to hear your response here because you're doing a paper on the future of text types, right?
Yes. How much you going to say?
I mean, we're going to take forever to give us.
I just set it up for you.
Okay. He's put the ball right in front of me. Now take the bat and swing it real quick.
Go for it. Demolish what I said.
No. I think Abaddon's right. There's ferment about this question of text types, and in my opinion, a big part of it is what we mean by the term.
Sure.
So Eldon Epp has argued that, hey, okay, if we don't want to agree to text types, fine. Let's talk about textual clusters.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, his definition of textual clusters is not really anything different. He's just put a new label on the same thing.
Sure.
So I'm like, I don't think that's really a solution. But what is the problem? Why do people think there is a problem? The basic issue is, how do you draw boundaries between them? So I could show you, for example, in the Catholic letters where Codex Sinaiticus agrees as much, when you take all the data from the Editio Critica Maior into view, that Codex Sinaiticus agrees as much with a manuscript like 35, which is considered Byzantine, as it does with Vaticanus. Well, if that's the case, then why are you grouping Vaticanus and Sinaiticus together as a text type, as part of a text type?
This is exactly what I've been saying for like 10 years. How on earth can you have Vaticanus and Sinaiticus being considered the same text type? I mean, Byzantine texts, they're cohesive. Usually it's very similar readings, and you can tell that they're from the same, group of manuscripts. Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are hugely different.
Rather than drawing the boundary differently and putting Sinaiticus with 35. Now, someone responded to that by saying, well, the problem is that the Editio Critica Maior data is taking too much data into account. It's counting everything, even as, agreement in a chi, the word and, even an agreement in, an article, a Greek article. We should not use those kind of agreements to decide text type. So
Well, one of the things is they evaluate Byzantine texts differently than they do Alexandrian texts. So I mentioned this yesterday, but the Byzantine texts, because they're so similar, they're going through and they do count those type of things where there's a chi missing, where there is the movable nu is gone and things like that. But when you come to the Alexandrian text, they have a different criteria because they're so different. When Hoskia counts that there's 3,000 changes in the Gospels, if he was to actually use the similar type of criteria that they use for Byzantine text, that there would be like another 17 type of criteria that he would have had to use, and so it would have been thousands and thousands of more changes. And so that's the thing. They're evaluating these documents completely differently than they're evaluating the Alexandrian text differently than they do the Byzantine text.
I think the problem with text types is a problem of definition. Nobody actually agrees on what they're talking about.
Right.
So when one person says, I still think text types are legitimate, fine, but what do you mean by that? Somebody else can say, I don't think they're legitimate because they're conceiving them differently. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I do think the matter of definition is about half the battle here.
Okay.
And then the second half of the battle is, okay, given a definition, which was 4. And this is why I think Westcott and Hort wanted to use them to do genealogy.
Right.
They wanted to create these 3 distinct things, text types, and then relate them genealogically. I, for example, am not convinced that text types are so well defined that we should be relating them in that way.
Right.
That's my view. But I think that's where the ferment is right now.
Yeah.
What are they? What are we going to use them for? What are they helpful for? What aren't they helpful for?
Right.
And depending on how you answer those questions is going to affect a lot whether you think they're still a helpful category or not.
So let me just read this. This is from Scott Jones's book. He says, the magicians of the critical text may scoff at this, but that's all they can do is scoff or nakedly assert, for that is what they are best at, naked assertions. Empirical evidence is another matter entirely, for that is an animal which is utterly unknown to modern biblical textual critics upholding the critical text. Nevertheless, I will empirically demonstrate that Vaticanus B and Sinaiticus Aleph did not even remotely descend from a common ancestor, not even remotely. They both perhaps descended from a common Egyptian version, written perhaps in a Coptic dialect, portions of them having to thus be reverse engineered from the Coptic into Greek, as Hermann Hoskier strongly suggested, and methodologically and systematically demonstrated, but neither manuscript even comes close to a common Greek ancestor, which only militates. Yeah, that's the right word. He uses some different words here. Even more for their extreme corruption, as I will conclusively demonstrate. Whereas the traditional text was derived explicitly from Greek copies, as their monolithicity unfailingly shows, unlike the catastrophic and immeasurable differences in the Greek text between Vaticanus B and Sinaiticus Aleph. The magicians of the critical text may scream that they never claimed that B and Aleph were derived from the same or similar Greek exemplar. Fair enough, but they cannot have it both ways. They group their text types by Greek manuscript testimony. Therefore, they must use a just balance. Ergo, if they're going to group the other manuscripts by Greek manuscript testimony, and they must do the same with B and Aleph. Accordingly, they cannot group these two manuscripts into a unified group based on the Greek, as I will prove beyond a shadow of any doubt, and consequently, they cannot legitimately use these two manuscripts, B and Aleph, which differ radically and catastrophically from one another in the Greek, as a hammer against a unified monolithic traditional text, which does agree substantially in the Greek. In other words, the testimony of two habitual liars, Vaticanus B and Sinaiticus Aleph, who disagree with each other relentlessly, both in form and substance, cannot be mythically bound together as a legitimate testimony against a unified testimony of the traditional text, which is precisely what the magicians of the critical text attempt to do. That is, just as no decent lawyer would place two contradictory witnesses on the stand, so no person of any integrity would accept the profoundly different testimony of B and Aleph. This will be plainly demonstrated in the examples below, for unlike the modern biblical text critic, I traffic in empirical evidence. So he does offer a whole bunch of readings that are, he shows the contradictory nature, or the inconsistency in sometimes choosing Vaticanus, sometimes choosing Sinaiticus, because then you might go 20 verses down the road and they do the exact opposite with the same amount of evidence, or sometimes with even more evidence. And so that you can tell it's an art form, it's not a science. And so, but I'm actually looking for another thing. Hermann Hoskier, who meticulously collated B and Aleph, so listen to this, and a host of other manuscripts in the early 20th century, actually documented over 3,000 differences between B and Aleph in the Gospels alone, and they are on record. 3,000 differences between B and Aleph in the Gospels alone. But Hoskier did these two manuscripts a favor by only documenting the 3,000 plus differences, for Hoskier likewise enumerated and omitted 17 different categories of differences, which he didn't tabulate. These differences, while very much real, were slightly less significant than the other categories of differences. And thus, had Hoskier tabulated and documented all of the real actual differences between B and Aleph, only in the Gospels alone, mind you, then the number would have simply been staggering, as in many times more the 3,000 plus differences between B and Aleph in the Gospels alone. That is also a matter of plain, empirical, verifiable fact. I really like the way Scott Jones writes, and he's a very intellectual guy. He's the one I put the link for Lamb Lion up there earlier, and so we've got a couple of comments. I'll just jump on them before we've got about 8 minutes left of this video, and then I want to get into some of the Dave Cloud material, because that's going to be relevant to this program. So B.E. Separate says 19th century was to witness in the revised version the acceptance of many textual readings contended for by the Reemists, but rejected by the Reformers. So that was Pope, English version. Okay, so I'm guessing that that's his last name, Pope. Or is it a Pope? I don't know. So Helg Evanson says the magicians of the critical text. So it is voodoo then, yeah. Well, he's you can actually get his book now. I might even do a plug for it. So when I advertise these things, basically when I'm giving away my trade secrets, basically Scott Jones is brilliant. Okay, and so I just want to say that last time I showed you a link to Gavin McGrath, the Aussie guy who lives, down in near Sydney, which is our main capital city, just down the road here. And so his material is very good as well. And so he's writing a textual commentary on the Textus Receptus. He's a very interesting guy. He's very well learned, and he has a very good take on Dean Burgon, Scrivener, and a very well balanced view on everything, I find. And so Scott Jones, his material on the lamblion.net, you have to go to Wayback Machine because he deleted his page for some reason. But if you type in the magic of evolutionism, and Scott Jones, I've got it on Kindle. All right, now it's going to have to be Etikus. I'm not trying it. Maybe I have to go to Amazon. Sorry about this. Usually things work, but when they don't, it can be annoying. Amazon. Actually, when I was talking to Peter Gurry, this is probably, I don't know, 6 years ago. He was saying, or name anyone who's an intellectual who's part of the Textus Receptus community. I'm like, well, have you ever read Jeff Riddle's material? It's like, well, so he went and looked at Jeff Riddle, and then I showed him this, The Magic of Evolutionism and Modern Bibles. So the Kindle edition is for $6. So, but if this is how many pages? It's only 111 pages, but it's very rich. It's got lots and lots of really good information. I should really give it a review. And Scott Jones is the one who has the Lamblion website, and so I'd recommend you go there. I'm not sure if he's written anything else. I guess Scott Jones is a popular name, so there's a bunch of other books there. And I'll click out of Amazon because I probably have some pop-up of something. But yeah, I recommend this book. It's in Kindle. 2017 this came out. So yeah, I remember saying to Gary, well, read through this. This guy has actually collated Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. And also Gavin McGrath. And so I pointed Peter Gurry to that as well. So whether he has actually read through these, I don't know. But he stopped asking me if there were intellectuals on the side of the Textus Receptus, because obviously when you read through Scott Jones's material, you can tell, his conclusions are way better than things that I've heard Hixson say, Gurry say, that they're just gold. And he has definitive conclusions. He's not trying to find an answer. He's found an answer. That's the difference. And also, when you read through Gavin McGrath's material, it's gold. And so I would suggest that people, if they're a bit tired of the whole, people thumping the pulpit and saying it's the King James Bible, or, the low-hanging, low-brow type of, Neanderthalic, Ruckmanite sort of, Gippite sort of view, get into these guys. These guys are gold. And even like with the Lamblion website, which I think I've still got up here. Lamb Lion, nope. I think I shut it. But the Lamb Lion website, it's he has one of his first articles that he had there under 2011 was King James Version onlyism cult versus King James Version onlyism truth. And he goes through a lot of these issues of how people exalt the actual Bible above Jesus, above the Word of God. And he has a really good balance on that. And it's really good. So I recommend you read his stuff. So anyway, let's get back to this.
Helpful summary. I know it's a complex issue, lots of different views on it, lots of talk about it, but thank you for kind of summarizing it for us. We're going to shift gears real quick just before we come to an end, and we are almost close. And I appreciate you guys hanging with us for what's been kind of a lengthy session, and I appreciate our viewers hanging with us, and I'm grateful. But I do want to ask a few questions about Westcott and Hort's impact.
It sounds like he's on a high speed. No, it's just normal. I guess he's just had an extra coffee.
Specifically on the English Revised Version, because for most listeners, they're not picking up a Greek New Testament text. Right. At least for most of our listeners, they're not picking up a Greek New Testament text. They've got an English Bible in their hand, and they're concerned with the history of English Bible translation, and they want to know, as we think about kind of this broader argument, how much did Westcott and Hort have to do with the English Bible in my hand? So maybe, Peter, since you've done some work there, point us towards the impact that they had on the English Revised Version and the later history of English Bible translation.
Okay, so B Separate said Hugh Pope Catholic book. Okay, thanks for that. And Helg says, I read Scott Jones's book in Kindle and it's amazing. It is gold indeed. So there we have another person. And I really enjoyed Helg did an article on the New King James. And so if you want to look at that, you can go to the Facebook group Textus Receptus Academy. And just scroll through and you'll see Helg has put his article, the King James compared to the New King James. He brings up quite a lot of really good points. And so I recommend, unless Helg has a link to somewhere where that is, he can put it there. But yeah, otherwise just go to the TR site and you can download it from there.
Okay, so in brief, the English Revised Version is the first and really the only official revision of the King James Bible, so it's kind of a big deal. It's the result of about 10 years of work by a group of scholars who came together that included Westcott, Hort, Scrivener, and some others, okay, a number of others. And it was a big deal when it came out. For example, they telegraphed the entire New Testament across the Atlantic to publish it in New York. They telegraphed it then from New York to Chicago. The Chicago Tribune published the entire thing as a special insert in May of 1881. So it was like a big deal, and they sold hundreds of thousands of copies of this newspaper because everybody wanted to see what is different, and a lot of things were different. Something like 5,000 differences between the King James and the Revised Version. And the reason why Westcott and Hort get attached to that so closely is because they were on the revision committee, but also because a lot of people, even from the very beginning, assumed wrongly that the Revised Version was a translation of their Greek New Testament, and it was not. Now, the reason people think that is because they published early editions of the Greek New Testament in the years leading up to the final publication, and their Greek New Testament was published in the same year as the Revised Version. So it's easy to conflate the two. And again, they've been publishing these early drafts and sending them to the revision committee throughout the 10 years the revision committee was doing its work. But let me just give you some numbers that really help clarify this for me, because I thought, oh, yeah, but they're probably the same. Well, they're not necessarily. So, for example, given over 5,000 changes to the Textus Receptus, Westcott and Hort's text, one stat from Matthew, this is in can I hold this up? There are 66 places in Matthew's Gospel where Westcott and Hort had a unique reading relative to the other editions available at the time.
Meaning they alone supported this reading as opposed to the other
so
printed
Tischendorf
text.
didn't have their reading, Vergellis didn't have it, okay? And none of those 66 unique readings in Westcott and Hort make it into the Revised Version.
Wow.
None of them. So their distinctive influence on the Revised Version was very, very minimal.
Yeah.
But people associated the two in their mind right from the start. And this actually annoyed both Westcott and Hort. from the get-go. They were actually worried about this. One of the reasons why they got their Greek New Testament out when they did is because Hort was really, really afraid this was going to happen.
Yeah.
And he actually thought their Greek New Testament was going to come out after the Revised Version, and that people would think they based their work on the Revised Version, and
Right.
that had not happened. What ended up happening is the reverse.
Right.
People thought the Revised Version was based entirely on their work, and that also was not true, and that also annoyed him, both him and Westcott, but especially Hort, I think.
Yeah.
And so they were very adamant in their own time that no, the Revised Version was not based on their Greek New Testament. Yes, the Revision Committee had their text in an earlier form to work with, but they did not slavishly follow it. Scrivener was there to give his opinion, and they had other editions like Tregelles to look at,
Right.
and Tischendorf. There was no reason why that committee needed to just follow Westcott and Hort.
Yeah. And those editions had come before them, weren't influenced
That's it.
by their work.
That's it. And their edition wasn't even out.
Right.
So, you know,
Little
it would
pieces
not have
of
been
it being
hard,
given to
yeah,
people.
it would not have been hard for the committee to say, we don't need to follow this. you
Yeah.
know. And they did make changes from these early editions they published privately. They did change their mind between those in 1881.
Right.
So,
Okay.
editions published. So yeah, I think actually that's one of the great myths. I think it's one of the reasons why Westcott and Hort stand out so much in people's mind as somebody either praise or blame
And
for
on
the
both
demise
sides.
of the King James.
Yeah.
Is because they see their Greek text as the one that led to the Revised Version, and the Revised Version was the first big revision of the King James that led to all these other ones. And so if you want to get back to the headwaters of the stream, Westcott and Hort are your problem.
Right.
But in fact, the Greek text that is the basis for the Revised Version is not that much, does not owe that much to them.
That's really helpful and a helpful summary. I think from my perspective, and maybe you guys would disagree, but I would actually blame one person in particular for that particular myth. And I love Dean John Burgon. I love his passion for the Bible. I love his defensive inspiration. I know you would support a lot of his method, but he did, in the 3 articles that he wrote for the Quarterly Review, essentially claim that Westcott and Hort had controlled the revision committee and that their text had been translated.
Yeah.
And the head of that committee, Bishop Ellicott, responded and said, actually, I've counted, and the number of places where we followed Westcott Hort when they were a sole witness through the whole New Testament was 64.
That's right. Out of 5,000.
Out of
places where they
5,000
changed
changes.
from the TR.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds all great, but there is testimony of people who were on the committee saying that basically Hort dominated the committee and chose a lot of readings because it's just sort of like put your hand up if you agree, you know, and so I guess if they're going with like 64 readings, it's just sort of Westcott and Hort's own little thing. There is testimony of other people on the committee saying that basically Hort dominated. And so anyway, to me, this is sort of like arguing who, in the New World Translation, who was the main dude. It's like, well, they're all just sort of like Jehovah's Witnesses. That these guys were all influenced by Unitarianism. They're all influenced by the Enlightenment. They're all influenced by concepts like the Lucianic recension. They're all influenced by Sinaiticus and Vaticanus and their readings, and getting rid of the Byzantine readings. And so it's sort of like the same, it's just the same horse, different rider. It's the same guy, different haircut. It's like, well, obviously Westcott and Hort, like Gary said, they either become hated or loved, but I guess you've got to put a name on someone. Like I guess you just call them the liberals of that era. Maybe we should just say that the liberals of that era came up with this text, so that way we're not just coming against Westcott and Hort. We're including all the people like the Unitarians who were their friends, and the liberals and all the other people.
So that's like tiny speck of distinct influence. Now, people can still argue, oh yeah, but their influence is there in other ways.
Sure.
Again, if we're talking about their distinctive influence, there's no reason at all statistically to see Westcott and Hort's edition as especially to blame. Why not blame Tregelles or Tischendorf?
Right.
These two should get as much of the blame as Westcott and Hort get. But again, because of the publication date and the fact that they were on the committee, the two have been fused in a lot of people's minds right from the beginning, but wrong.
You can see Maurice Robinson just biting through his tongue there. It's like, because, Burgon's been mentioned. This is, Burgon was supposed to be on the committee, and he wrote against it. and so he knew firsthand. He knew people on the committee. He was talking with them privately. So
Wrongly so.
Yeah, and I would say some writings that continue to be published that,
Sure,
that
yes.
unfortunately
Yeah,
spread those
remain in
myths.
print, sure.
that spread those, Dean John William Burgon, spreading myths and lies, and it's like, okay, well, you have to really talk about that. You can't just say, oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of lies in this book, Dean Burgon. Oh, you agree with Dean Burgon, don't you? Yeah, but he's a liar. So this is the thing. I wonder if they're going to start calling Dr. Robinson a coward like they did with Bryan Ross. Befriend him, use him for a program or two, and then throw him under a bus.
Well, that is super helpful, guys. I am super grateful for each of you being here. I know you've taken a big chunk of your time to talk to us. We at the Textual Confidence Collective are grateful for your time, grateful for your expertise, and especially grateful for your pastoral love for the church, to have a confident trust in Scripture and to stay away from what we think are dangerous extremes in our view of the Bible and promote what we call textual confidence.
So we have a dangerous extreme. The TR position, King James advocacy, is a dangerous extreme. If you think you know where all the words of God are, you're a cultist. You're not just another one on this panel who has a different opinion. You're a cultist, and you probably follow Ruckman and Gipp and Ripplinger and all these other people. You're probably in a cult. Yeah, it's so strange. We usually a cult. If you look at the dynamics of a cult, you have a cult leader, and they have certain principles and certain shunnings and certain like. Who's my cult leader? I'm actually just trying to find people who are saying truth, and I'm running with that truth. What's culty about that? Which cult am I involved with? They like to label you Andersonite or a Ruckmanite or whatever they're trying to label you as. But it's like, these guys are following the academy. They actually have more of a structure of a cult than we do. They have more of a structure like the Jehovah's Witnesses, with the 12 special prophets in New York who spit out the Watchtower and Awake magazines and create their doctrines. These guys have the academy who are filled with people like Bart Ehrman and Jennifer Knust and Tommy Wasserman and people who are just weirdos and liberals, and they're the ones formulating whether a certain reading affects a certain doctrine or not, and they're the ones saying stay away from those horrible fundamentalists, those people who actually believe the words of God. Stay away from the Textus Receptus guys. Stay away from the King James advocates. They're dangerous. So I'm going to read some of B.E. Separate's quote comments here, and then we'll finish this video. But and then I'm going to get into some of the Dave Cloud stuff. In 1965, the Oxford Annotated RSV Bible with Apocrypha, with notes and without changes in the biblical text, received the imprimatur of Cardinal Cushing. For some reason, I'm struggling with that one. Archbishop of Boston. It is the first edition of the Bible to have received the Catholic and Protestant approval. Sorry, I've been going for 2 hours, and now I'm really struggling to read this. My tongue is getting tired. Maybe I need some more water. Yeah, so that was one of the things that Bruce Metzger in 1973, he basically said that now we have a Bible that Catholics, Orthodox, and Protestants can all agree on is the Bible. And so that was their interfaith project. And so in 1960, I'll read this again. In 1965, the Oxford Annotated RSV Bible with Apocrypha and with notes and without changes in the biblical text received the imprimatur of Cardinal Cushing. It's the first edition of the English Bible to have been received by Catholic and Protestant approval. And I know Metzger said Protestant and Orthodox as well. So that's interesting. My question is, why should any Christian take their work into account as valid if they are both occultists? How is that biblical? And so I guess that's the thing. These guys are going to go into those claims of occultism and all the rest of it. And so if Anton LaVey translated the New Testament, should we take that into account? It is a dangerous extreme because you're being biblical. Yeah, that's exactly right. I've got a biblical position. I've read the Bible and gone, hang on, we're going to have a Bible somewhere that God's preserved. And then you listen to these guys and they're like, oh, he hasn't preserved every word. And you're like, oh, no, that goes against the Bible. It's like them saying, well, God's a liar, or, you know, or Jesus didn't die for your sins or whatever. It's like, well, no, you're wrong, you know. But you can't just have a biblical perspective or else you're in a cult. If you have an unbiblical perspective, you're fine. And you can join their club and you can be hanging out with Bart Ehrman and Tommy Wasserman, who doesn't believe in a literal hell. Okay, let's finish this.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for lending your voices to this conversation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
It's me again. I think this discussion demonstrated that Westcott and Hort do not control the modern practice of New Testament textual criticism.
Well, see, no one's really making that particular claim. I mean, most people understand that Westcott and Hort and their text, even like Dan Wallace and others, they will say, oh, well, Westcott and Hort dethroned the Textus Receptus. So it's sort of like stuff on their side that are saying it, and we're just sort of going, well, Dan Wallace says this, and Metzger says this, and then they're like, well, you know, you guys are sort of getting it wrong. Westcott and Hort doesn't control the text, and it's sort of like, why do you have pretty much the same text then? I think these guys are digging themselves into a huge hole here, where it's like last time. I could just see it coming like a train wreck in slow motion, that they're sort of got this idea and then they run with it and they sort of disprove themselves. But they keep going with it. It's just really strange.
Of course, we had two Byzantine prioritists on this panel, Dr. Robinson and Dr. Shaw. They're certainly not controlled by Westcott and Hort.
Who said that? So he's saying that people are claiming that Byzantine prioritists and majority text people are controlled by Westcott and Hort. It's like, yeah, I would say there's a huge influence on them by Westcott and Hort, but controlled by, you know, this is just a straw man argument. It's like everything is controlled by Westcott and Hort. What, Aramaic primacy? It's not. You guys are wrong. It's like, well, who's saying this? Who are you trying to debunk here? We're basically saying that the critical text, the NA 28, the Nestle Aland United Bible Society text, the 28th edition, has a huge influence of Westcott and Hort on it. The methodologies, and Peter Gurry admitted it. He said, when I was in college, it was like, you know, Byzantine bad, critical text good. And then I had to sort of come out of that. In the last 20 years, this has been my journey of actually accepting some of the Byzantine readings. Why do they hate the Byzantine text? Westcott and Hort, the Lysianic recension. So this is the thing that I don't think Mark Ward just follows Timothy Berg with some of this stuff. Timothy Berg goes, oh, let's do a video series on this. And Mark Ward's like, because he doesn't know that much about all this. And I think the reason he's actually not on the panel there is because he knows almost nothing compared to these guys. And it's like, okay, who's saying Byzantine text advocates are influenced by Westcott and Hort? Who is saying that? So why are you saying that? It's a straw man. Okay, you're right, Mark. Yeah. Who's saying it? I don't know, but you're right. You know, the sky isn't green. Wow, I'm right. You know, it's why. Anyway, paragraph 1 says, was that the one on Boston connected to the Bible Society? Was that one on Boston connected to the Bible Society? I'm not sure what that's related to, so you might want to chat a little bit more about that. So Kepure in All Ages is back, and he says, who on this panel is even competent to do the research and write the evaluations that the contemporary scholar Dean Burgon did? Yeah, absolutely. Like Dean Burgon, he is way superior than these guys. Now, I understand Maurice Robinson is a very smart guy, and he's come up with a lot of very interesting things to say. But yeah, I would say the closest to Dean Burgon would be Robinson. I really didn't hear much from the other guy. I've actually forgotten his name. He seems like the Peter Montoro of the crew, the sort of the ring-in, which is a bit of a shame because he's probably got some very interesting things to say. Some of these guys, they study certain fields, and if you get away from the Bible version debate thing and you actually listen to what they're studying in manuscripts, and like Peter Montoro, he was studying the works of Chrysostom. That's an interesting thing I want to hear about, but they want to get him in and talk against the TR and King James onlyists and all this, and it's like, So Power of One said, imprimatur of Cardinal Cushing, it's the first edition. Okay, so
You heard my friend Peter Gurry say that their story of the history of the New Testament text, that is of Westcott and Hort, has not continued to be persuasive. And note one other small thing. You can take a Byzantine priority position and not be a King James onlyist. You can be the leading proponent of the leading scholarly alternative to the critical text. That would be Maurice Robinson, and yet not use the Textus Receptus. All three of our guests for this first episode of the second series of the Textual Confidence Collective, all three of them reject the textual absolutism found commonly among King James and TR defenders. You'll hear more about this from Maurice Robinson in a future video that's not actually part of this TCC series. Just hang on for that.
I'm glad, because I want Maurice Robinson to talk against the TR to show his illiteracy on TR decisions, because oftentimes, I wouldn't say majority text people are influenced by Westcott and Hort. I would say they're influenced by the Academy, the Critical Text Academy, with all the anecdotes against Erasmus and all the strange, things they say about Beza and stuff. These guys are deeply influenced by critical text thinking and methodology, and so oftentimes they're like, I was a TR guy, but then I listened to Erasmus, he was a liar, and Erasmus's text doesn't match up here, and this is wrong, and Erasmus in his annotations said this, and we found out it's not true from Delitzsch, and it's like they're just completely blinded by the deception on the side of the critical text, and so they just believe all the anecdotes about Erasmus and all the other people, and so in scholarship they don't want to be embarrassed and have that type of stigma. But instead of just questioning those things, so I question everything the Academy brings out, and oftentimes they're completely wrong. Oftentimes there's just no weight behind anything they're saying whatsoever. So Kepure in All Ages says Robinson is the closest candidate, and he does not even agree with the other three in the conclusions. That's the thing. Mark Ward's like, as long as you have confusion about where the text is, if you want to read God was manifest in the flesh, okay, you go with Maurice Robinson. If you want to read he appeared in a body, you go with Peter Gurry. And I don't know what the other guy was. I think he's Byzantine as well, so he'd probably go with God was manifest in the flesh. If you go with Timothy Berg, he's probably he appeared in a body. But then if you go with James White, you would think that James White will go with the critical text, being a critical text advocate. He says he agrees with Dean John William Burgon that the reading of Theos is true, and he agrees with the conclusions of Burgon. So he's agreeing with Burgon with the Textus Receptus. So that's James White. So what is it? Is it God was manifest in the flesh? And we're not just talking about a verse that's just sort of like a weird verse that doesn't really have any implications. This is probably the strongest representative of the deity of Christ in the whole entire Bible. It says God was manifest in the flesh. So that's Jesus. If it says he appeared in the body, who? I've appeared in a body, so have you. Or maybe it's talking about us. Or maybe, who appeared in a body? Anyone can appear in a body. Oh, Jesus appeared in a body. Okay. But it says God. It says he is God. So that comes against Jehovah's Witnesses, comes against Unitarians, comes against Muslims, It shows that Jesus is God. It's the strongest verse. It shows that Jesus is God. And if you ask Maurice Robinson, he'd say, yes, Nick, I agree with you 100%. You ask the other guy, I'm sorry if I've forgotten his name, he'd say, yes, I agree with you 100%. Peter Gary, no, I don't agree with that. Tim Berg, no, I don't agree with that. Mark Ward, no, I don't agree with that. James White, you think he'd be on their side? I do agree with you, Nick, and I agree with Burgon. But see, the thing is, James White will follow Burgon there, but then he won't follow Burgon on other conclusions where there's way more evidence for the TR reading. It's inconsistent. So these people are just cherry-picking readings. They're just going through like a smorgasbord. I'll have a cherry. Oh, I don't like that. No, get rid of it. Take these verses away from me. James White places doubt over about 250 verses of the Bible. There's 2,900 less words in the NA28 than the Textus Receptus. Greek words, there's about 8,000 changes. Okay. And so you're looking at a completely different Greek text. You're looking at a Frankenstein monster that's been, they've got Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. These two, they've welded them together to create this thing, and now they're just like, oh, let's put a little bit of seasoning on it, a bit of Byzantine seasoning on it to hopefully appease these Byzantine guys. But really, it's the same monster. It's the same. It's like Frankenstein with a hat saying Byzantine. It's 50% of the readings in the last edition were Byzantine influence. It's like, well, but 50% weren't as well. Where did they come from? So the text is constantly evolving. It's changing, and if you believe in evolution, this is great.
But I hope you'll stay tuned for the 3 following videos in this second series of the Textual Confidence Collective, because we'll dive into the charges commonly and slanderously made against Westcott and Hort, and we will uncover the truth about what these 19th century men really believed.
Okay, so we're going to go through that. I'm going to look at some of the things that someone who most people would respect as studious, David Cloud. Now, I'm not an independent fundamentalist Baptist, so there are certain things that David Cloud and I would not see eye to eye with. When I asked him if I could put his articles on my Textus Receptus website, he said I was a heretic. So I was like, okay. He said he can't do that because I'm a heretic. I said, can I at least put your Nepalese Textus Receptus Bible on my site? He said, no, because you're a heretic. I was like, so you don't even want the word of God on a website. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, but I still respect the guy's scholarship. It's like with the King James translators. I mightn't agree with all of what they believed 100%. I'm Trinitarian. I believe in the deity of Christ and all. But at the end of the day, I can tell when someone superior than me has done an amazing work, and that's why people who are Baptists and things like that, they look at this and just go, man, we agree with what these Anglican guys have done. It's quite amazing, because they can recognize when someone's done a superior job, and so I think we can all recognize that. The Power of One says there are many similar to this found in Australia, but printed in the US. Okay. All from the Bible Society. Okay, thanks for that. A. Hannes says, this show seems like advocating people away from the TR and the King James Bible and to basically float in the ether amongst the versions and texts. I'm shocked. Yeah. If you want a Byzantine priority position, you're a good guy. If you want a critical text position, you're a good guy. Don't go to the extreme of Bart Ehrman and start actually doubting the Bible and looking at those contradictions and saying, well, that affects doctrine and things like that. Just float along, follow your gurus, follow Dan Wallace, follow James White, even though they disagree on, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. If you ring up Dan Wallace, he'll give you a different answer. Bring up James White, he'll give you a different answer. But, follow them anyway. They've got contradictory bibliology. They've got a contradictory presupposition. Dan Wallace has a different view on preservation. But I guess follow Metzger. He was weak on preservation and on inspiration. Maybe follow Cullen. Maybe go back to the Catholic Church, like the Bible Answers man did. And then you can really get the Bible and all this sort of stuff. But if you basically stay within the realm of critical text, Byzantine priority, you're good. If you go, say someone like Jeff Riddle, he says in his testimony, sort of went, and I'm pretty sure Robert Truelove did the same. They sort of went Byzantine priority, majority text, and then they gravitated more and more closer to the TR. Then finally they're like, we're TR advocates. Instantly, you're a cultist. Off the wall, you are an absolutist. It's sort of like you've entered the Twilight Zone. Now you've entered like the forbidden area. So it's sort of like you can touch all the fruit in the garden, guys. Touch all the fruit, but just don't touch the tree of good and evil. That's the Textus Receptus. If you touch that fruit, the devil's straight on you, and then Mark Ward will have to play 50 videos to you to deprogram you. And you'll have to watch. I think that would be an eternal punishment. Imagine watching Mark Ward forever. But you have to be deprogrammed. You've been brainwashed to think that God would preserve every word. Is occultic. It's horrible. It's wicked. It's a sin. You just need to repent and just to go and grab an NIV off the shelf and start relaxing and stop being so serious about your Christianity. Stop being so serious about the Word of God. I mean, is God serious about His Word? Nah, He was just like, just do whatever you want. It's not like Jesus was debating with the Pharisees over just tiny little nuances. The Lord said unto my Lord, said to my, He's talking about the tiny little nuances of the Hebrew language to these guys. And they're understanding it, and he's making a huge point with these nuances. But don't worry if your Greek text has like 2,900 less words, 8,000 changes. Who cares? Just relax. Stop being a fundamentalist. Stop being a cult member. Just relax. Go and grab an NIV, grab an ESV off the shelf, and just start reading it. Who cares about Carlo Martini, and you can't even pronounce his name properly. Let's just relax and let's just trust the Academy. Let's just trust the sovereignty of God, that God's blessed us with every good thing. That's what I hear from these guys. It's so wishy-washy and so strange because they don't want to be absolutists either. Because, see, one of the things is we were pointing out last time, they're like, you can't be a textual absolutist. And then they're like, well, the Comma Johanneum is definitely not in a part of Scripture. It's like, isn't that absolutism? What? So you're not even leaving the door open a little bit? You're an absolutist. It's just the other side of the coin. They're saying we're absolutist, but their text, they're saying everything but the TR. It's like, well, that's absolutism in a different way. And so what they're doing is they're like, Byzantine is okay as well, and what you do is you see pastors fluctuating in and out of these positions because they'll listen to Maurice Robinson and get convinced on the Pericope Adulterae, convinced on the last 12 verses of Mark, but then they're like, well, I want to still be a critical text guy, and so they're sort of all over the place, And then eventually they end up being like Bart Ehrman, and this whole planet is filled with, it's like a graveyard of people who have lost their faith because of these text critics. These text critics are apologists who basically lie to sinners and say, we have this embarrassment of riches. Well, the embarrassment of riches is really the Byzantine text, that we have the Bible everywhere. Because as soon as you become a Christian, you're like, I want to see, hey, Mark, can you show me the embarrassment of riches? It's like, oh, well, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. And it's like, okay, I thought you were talking about all the Bible manuscripts. It's like, no, we just follow Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. But now they're like, let's look at the Byzantine text because we pointed out the holes in their theory in their last Textual Confidence Collective, that they don't look at everything. They just look at Vaticanus and Sinaiticus like Westcott and Hort did, and a few others that agree. And then a tiny little garnishing of Byzantine over the top, and it's like, oh, look, see, we've got Westcott and Hort, but it's not Westcott and Hort. It's got a little bit of Byzantine garnishing on it. It's like, well, it's still Westcott and Hort, rehash, 2.5. It's like, but now they're like, well, Byzantine reading's fine. Byzantine position is okay. So they're going with that route. So that's interesting. And anything but the TR. So you can follow any type of methodology, any type of text, except the TR in King James Version. Doesn't that speak volumes? Why just block? Are they trying to warn you against the Catholic Bibles at all? You know what I mean? No, they're warning you against the ones that we say are accurate Protestant Bibles. We're like, well, this is the accurate Protestant Bible is here. This is where we believe all the words of God are. And they're like, stay away from those idiots. And it's like, they're not really saying stay away from the Catholics, are they? Or they're hardly making a big fuss about the Jehovah's Witness translation at all. And the one they tend to bring up is the Passion, which is sort of like, man, the Passion is just so bad. Can't you point out some of the bad things in the NIV or ESV or, I mean, it's not as if, see, I used to think that actually if you pointed out where the NIV was wrong and the ESV was wrong, that these guys will go, yeah, good point. Oh, the King James is correct. Well, let's go with the King James. But these guys go, yeah, all Bibles have mistakes. We're fine with that. And I'm just sort of like, but aren't you interested in finding the true reading? I'm happy with the mistakes. There's mistakes in the originals. Read Metzger. God preserved those mistakes right up until today in the Westcott and Hort text with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. And then we've got mistakes in the translation as well. That's fine. I'm not an absolutist. I'm not a cultist like you. It's like, so anyway. So I'll get rid of this one. And let's put this page up. Yes. So I've got quite a lot of articles here. I'll just refresh some of them. A. Hannah says, I will say it for them. Maurice is a charitably coward. There, I'm a good Christian and a TCC cultist. Where's my Kool-Aid? Yeah, thanks for saying it for them, because they sort of want to say it. Because, how can they have Bryan Ross being a charitable guy and a nice guy and all the rest of it, and then he's a coward all of a sudden? I'm sure that they're going to get to the end of this Byzantine priority thing, and especially if they start reading Pickering, where Pickering says that modern-day text criticism is satanic, and the whole thing about the received text guys like Riddle and McShaffery. There was one guy who said there was something about Satan. He thinks it's either of God or of Satan or something like that. Everyone was they were howling about it and saying, how dare he say it's from Satan? And I'm like, oh, and a lot of these guys were majority text guys like Matthew Everhard, or he's become a majority text guy. And I was like, have you ever read Pickering? Pickering does a whole article on how the critical text position is satanic. It's from Satan. And it's like, you guys don't even know your own position or people who formulated your position. So let's look at this. Are modern versions based on Westcott and Hort? So this is updated in 2004. So this might be a little bit dated. There might be a few things here and there that have been fixed or whatever. But let's have a look. The theories of textual criticism, I'll just make this bigger so I don't have to struggle. The theories of textual criticism which underlie the Westcott and Hort Greek text of 1881 have been somewhat discredited by textual critics of the 20th century. It's not surprising, therefore, that modern version proponents today often disassociate themselves from Westcott Hort claim that they merely use an eclectic Greek text. Eclectic means to select or employ individual elements from a variety of sources, systems, or styles. James White, author of the popular and influential book The King James Only Controversy, makes this claim. He says, while modern Greek texts are not identical to that created by Westcott and Hort, one will still find defenders of the AV drawing in black and white and saying that all modern versions are based upon their work. That's White on page 99. That would be his 1995 edition. I have heard other modern version defenders imply that Westcott and Hort are irrelevant to the subject of the biblical text because no textual critic now holds that Westcott and Hort theories to the Westcott and Hort theories of textual criticism. This position in caps dodges the real issue, which is the fact that Westcott and Hort represented the signal departure from the received text that is represented today in the popular theories of textual criticism. Westcott and Hort built upon the foundation established by their predecessors, such as Griesbach, Ruckman, and Tischendorf. Westcott and Hort adapted the textual theories of these men into their own unique blend, and their Greek New Testament represented the first popular departure from the Greek received text. While today's textual scholars do not always admit that they follow Westcott and Hort, many of the more honest ones do admit that they are powerfully influenced by these men. Bruce Metzger is probably the most influential text critic alive, so he was alive back then. He is one of the editors of the United Bible Society's Greek New Testament and author of many widely used books on textual criticism. And in his 1981 book, The Westcott and Hort Greek New Testament, Yesterday and Today, Metzger makes the following plain admission: the international committee that produced the United Bible Society's Greek New Testament not only adopted the Westcott and Hort edition as its basic text, but followed their methodology in giving attention to both external and internal consideration. Metzger, cited by James Brooks, Bible Interpreters of the 20th Century, page 264. In light of this admission by such a prominent textual authority, James White needs to explain for his readers why he condemns King James Bible believers for claiming Westcott and Hort is still followed. And it's just so obvious that people, the main guys, I mean, even Ayland, that was mentioned by Maurice Robertson, he had that Westcott and Hort type of theory as well. And so it's called the Nestle-Aland text. You know what I mean? It's like, Brooke further states, there is nothing more unique about Metzger's theory of textual criticism. Sorry, there is nothing unique about Metzger's theory of textual criticism. It is simply a refinement of Westcott and Hort's theory in the New Testament in the original Greek, 1881. This theory is dominant today because of Metzger's great influence. It was the theory employed in producing the United Bible Society's Greek text. It is the theory lying behind the Greek text used by most modern versions, the Revised Standard Version, the New Revised Standard, the New English Bible, the Revised English Bible, the New American Bible, the New American Standard, the Good News Bible, the New International Version, and to a lesser extent, the Jerusalem Bible and the New Jerusalem Bible. Excuse me. This should be enough to demonstrate our point, but we offer more. In 1962, Kenneth Clark observed, the Westcott-Hort text has become today our Textus Receptus. I'm pretty sure I read this from Pickering's book last time, but let's keep going through it. So they're basically saying that the Westcott and Hort text is a new type of received text, Textus Receptus. We have been freed from the one only to be captivated by the other. The psychological chains so recently broken from our fathers have again been forged upon us, even more strongly. Even the textual specialist finds it difficult to break the habit of evaluating every witness by the norm of this current Textus Receptus. His mind may have rejected the Westcott and Hort terms neutral, but his technical procedure still reflects the general acceptance of the text. Psychologically, it is now difficult to approach the textual problem with free and independent mind. Clark, today's problem with the critical text of the New Testament, translations in biblical scholarship, edited by JCR, etc. In 1964, Jacob Greenlee stated, the textual theory of W.H., Westcott and Hort, underlies virtually all subsequent work in New Testament textual criticism. So that's in Introduction to the New Testament Textual Criticism, 1964. Consider the following quotations by Ernest Cadman Colwell, a textual scholar who published a number of widely used grammars and textbooks, including a beginner's reader grammar for New Testament Greek, New York, 1965, a papyrus Greek reader with vocabulary, Hellenistic Greek reader, and studies in methodology in textual criticism of the New Testament. So this is in 65, 35, 39, and 69, so quite a while ago. The dead hand of Fenton John Anthony Hort lies heavy upon us. In the early years of this century, Kersop Lake described Hort's work as a failure, though a glorious one. But Hort did not fail to reach his major goal. He dethroned the Textus Receptus. Hort's success in this task and the cogency of his tightly reasoned theory shaped and still shapes the thinking of those who approached the textual criticism of the New Testament through the English language. Emphasis added. And so that was in 1965 by Ernest Cadman Colwell in Scribal Habits of Early Papyri. In the introduction to the 24th edition of Nestle's, I've got to call I'm used to saying Nestle because here in Australia, Nestle is a huge company. I guess it is in America as well. You can drink Nestle's milk. You have Nestle's chocolate bars. You have all sorts of Nestle's products. And so, but it's actually Nestle. And so they say the Nestle alarm text. So sometimes I say Nestle, sometimes I say Nestle, but Nestle is correct. Just like with Principe Adulteri, saying it properly, it's not the Pericope Adultero, or, people have all sorts of ways of saying it. It's a Principe Adulteri. So thanks to Jeff Riddle for clearing that up. In the introduction to the 24th edition of Nestle's Greek New Testament, editors Erwin Nestle and Kirk Ayland make the following admission. Thus, the text built up on the work of the 19th century has remained as a whole unchanged, particularly since the research of recent years has not led to the establishment of a generally acknowledged New Testament text. Okay, so it doesn't specifically say Westcott and Hort there. It just says built upon the work of the 19th century. So that would be in the introduction to the NA28 that I pointed out last time, which I might even grab here. I do still have it. And it's worth bringing up. Let's see if I can grab that. Yes. In 1898, Everhard Nestle, so this is an introduction to the 28th edition of the NA text. In 1898, Everhard Nestle published the first edition of his Novum Testamentum Graece based on a simple yet ingenious idea. It disseminated the insights of textual criticism of the time through a hand edition designed for university and school studies and for church purposes. Nestle took the three leading scholarly editions of the Greek New Testament at the time by Tischendorf, Westcott and Hort, and Weymouth as a basis. After 1901, he replaced the latter with Bernhard Weiss's 1894 to 1900 edition. Where their textual decisions differed from each other, Nestle chose for his own text the variant which was preferred by two of the editions included, while the variant of the third was put into the apparatus. So he basically used Tischendorf, Westcott and Hort, not first Weymouth, but later Weiss, and basically the majority of those became his readings, and he put any minority readings or where there's just one reading in the apparatus. The text critical apparatus remained rudimentary in all the editions published by Everhard Nestle. A primary apparatus displayed as witnesses only in the editions mentioned above. And so basically it was 1927 he started to put in readings of Codex D. Then Kurt Ayland, he jumped on board and That's why they have Nestle aligned. And so, yeah, but hopefully that gives you an understanding where the Nestle text comes in. It's an amalgamation of Tischendorf, Westcott and Hort, and the Weiss edition. Okay. All right. So that could be talking about those three editions there. So I'll give the Textual Confidence Collective the benefit of the doubt on that one. James White is failing to acknowledge a fact that modern textual authorities such as Metzger, Calwell, and Nestle do acknowledge that Westcott and Hort are key, pivotal men in the modern history of textual criticism, and that the current eclectic Greek New Testaments continue to reflect, for the most part, the decisions made by Westcott and Hort. To deny their influence is similar to denying the influence of Darwin on contemporary evolutionary thought. Many planks of Darwin's theories have been discredited, but Darwin and his theories are important because of their key pivotal role in the field. Very good analogy there. Consider another quote. This one is from Dr. Zane Hodges. Modern textual criticism is psychologically addicted to Westcott and Hort. Westcott and Hort, in turn, were rationalists in their approach to the textual problem in the New Testament and employed techniques within which rationalism and every other kind of bias are free to operate. The result of it all is a methodological quagmire where objective controls on the conclusions of critics are nearly non-existent. It goes without saying that no Bible-believing Christian who is willing to extend the implications of his faith to textual matters can have the slightest grounds for confidence in contemporary critical text. So that's Zane Hodges, rationalism, and contemporary New Testament textual criticism. Zane Hodges is not a fundamental Baptist, but I believe he is more honest about the influence of Westcott and Hort upon the modern text than textual scholarship than James White. Excuse me. White and others attempting to discredit the defense of the King James Bible claim that Westcott and Hort are not important because, they say, the modern versions, NASV and NIV, are not based on the Alexandrian text or on the Westcott and Hort text. They are based on an eclectic text, which sometimes favors the TR or Aleph over B. This is true as far as it goes, but it ignores the heart of the issue, the fact that the United Bible Society's, UBS, text is almost identical to the Westcott and Hort text of 1881 in significant departures from the received text. For example, both the Westcott and Hort text and the United Bible Society text delete or question almost the same number of verses. Westcott and Hort is 48, United Bible Society is 45. Both delete the same number of significant portions of verses. Westcott and Hort, 193, UBS, 185. Both delete almost the same number of names and titles of the Lord. Westcott and Hort, 221. United Bible Society's 212. An extensive comparison of the Textus Receptus against the Westcott and Hort text, the Nestle's text, and the United Bible Society's text, and key English versions was done by the late Everett Fowler, and can be found in his book Evaluating Versions of the New Testament, available from Bible for Today. So that's the Dean Burgon Society. The Westcott and Hort text of 1881 and the latest edition of United Bible Society's text differ only in relatively minor points. Both represent the same type of text with the same type of departures from the received text. They follow the type of text found in the Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, which the Reformation era Greek editors believed was doctrinally corrupt, a doctrinally corrupt text that was modified during the theological battles occurring in the 2 centuries after the apostles. So that would specifically, the Reformation guys didn't know about Sinaiticus. If what we believe about Sinaiticus is even true, the fact that the Westcott and Hort text represents the first widely accepted departure from the received text in the post-Reformation era, and the Sorry, I just had a homoeutauton experience. I'll read that again. The fact is that the Westcott and Hort text represents the first widely accepted departure from the received text in the post-Reformation era, and the modern English versions descend directly from the Westcott and Hort text. The Westcott and Hort Greek text is very significant, and its editors are highly significant to the history of textual criticism. Any man who discounts the continuing significance of Westcott and Hort in the field of Bible texts and versions is probably trying to throw up a smokescreen to hide something. And so it says copyright 2013. So that's David Cloud. The next article is textual criticism drawn from the wells of infidelity. Now, if you go to this this website, Way of Life Literature, I'm pretty sure that might be the whole book. I bought a book from Cloud where he goes through a lot of these names and talks about these people who are very influential on the text, and he has quite a lot to say about these people. And so I might put that link down the bottom here. And we've got a few comments coming. Got quite a few comments coming in. Actually, I might actually jump on these comments before. I'm only going to skim through this article, and I might look at some of the names that have been mentioned, because we're told, well, it's not just Westcott and Hort, it's Tischendorf, it's Tregelles, and von Soden, and these other guys have influence as well. Okay, let's look at them and let's see their influence. And so Paragraph 1 said, would copyright laws play a part in this? I assume if they are forced to be different, this would be a growing problem. Is there a certain percentage required to be different between different translations? I don't think so. I think it's more just people just have preferences. I guess, it would... you couldn't just get the ESV and go and print it. They would sue you. But then again, you wouldn't have an ESV Bible and call it your own and say you've worked on it and come to exactly the same conclusions. I don't think even any individual translator would come to the same conclusions. And so Ishati says they want people to be in a position of fluidity and not solid in absolutism. So it's a bit like the Textus Receptus people are just sort of saying this is a woman or this is a man, or when you do something really controversial and have a gender reveal party where you everyone's crowded around it and you pop the balloon and blue streamers come out, it's a boy. That's considered really wrong now, because you've got to wait until that person, that boy or girl, or if they don't want to be either, they get old enough to make their own decisions and what they want to be. So when they're like 5, they'll make those life-changing decisions and start taking hormone therapy. So we've just got to be fluid. We've got to be fluid. We can't really definitively say we've got a text. We've just got to wait until, I guess, the CVGM, computers, AI will come on the scene and give us the Bible, the Skynet Bible. You'll have Arnie turning around saying, no, computer says no, and he'll give you a punch in the face if you read a King James, but if you have an NIV, you'll get in. But yeah, you just got to be fluid. You can be anything. You can be anything, just not a TR advocate. Okay, not a King James onlyist. King James preferred. You have to say, oh, there's mistakes all in the Bible. Then you're in their club. And so Ishati says they put labels on people, then attack them to discredit them with those labels. Is the same exact attacks that political Marxists do to their political opponents. Yeah, it's exactly right. And this is the thing, the whole concept of textual absolutists. Just Google search absolutists. You won't find really any positive absolutists. It's usually like someone who's just an extremist. You're off the wall, But, textual confidence. Yay. Flowers and and hummingbirds and blue fairies. It's just how nice. They couldn't call us, purists or anything, or people who believe in, or just TR advocates or something like that, or receive text, adherence. So, no, it has to be textual absoluta, Heil, Or actually, I can't do a Nazi salute. Here in Australia, they banned the Nazi salute just last week. If you do it, you can get in a lot of trouble. It's so dumb. It's like, man, the best way to pick up if someone's a neo-Nazi, they're doing the salute. Now they can't do it. So they're going to have to work harder to figure out who's a Nazi. They used to go down the town hall and salute, and it's like, oh, they're the Nazis. But, then the secret services can follow them and go, well, they're the Nazis, Now they can't do it. They've actually shot themselves in the foot. But, we just had Australia Day here, and so everyone's worried because the major shopping chain has stopped selling Australia Day products and flags and things like that. And so one guy, they're actually doing an Invasion Day, which is a local Aboriginal population. They're saying that the white people have invaded their country, and we need to perpetually be sorry about our existence. And so we need to say sorry, or at least change the date and all this sort of stuff. And so one guy was celebrating Australia Day, and he was dressed up in flags and everything, and they were doing like a cannon salute and all this stuff at the memorial. And he wandered into Melbourne City where they were doing this protest, and he didn't know anything about it, but he was wearing all the flags. The police arrested him for inciting a riot. Well, no riot happened, but this is what they do now. If you're the odd one out, usually you're not gelling with the left, they arrest you. So they arrested him for having all this paraphernalia on, thinking that he's just stirring up trouble, and he's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I put on my Facebook, guy wearing wrong magical sky cloth in wrong place at wrong time, arrested by thug in fancy uniform. And I was just thinking about it, like, if you see these things as sky cloth, magical sky cloths, he was wearing the wrong one at the wrong place. It's like, oh no, I'm wearing the wrong colors, and you get bashed. It's so strange. Anyway, I don't know what led me onto that. Yeah, just talking about political opponents and things like that. Well, we're wearing the wrong flag. We should be waving some other flag. And they're saying, oh, it's okay to wave, this flag and this other little flag as well, the Byzantine flag, but don't wave the TR flag, guys, or else you are, racist, whatever they want to label you as. Ruckmanite. I just wonder if they would object if someone declared an ESV only position, or any only version stance, or is it just TR and KJV? Well, see, this is the thing. When you talk to people like Doug Kutalik, you talk to people who are very adamant against the King James onlyism and all this. They have their text, and they're adamant that their readings are correct. It's are they absolutists? And so, but they would say that they are, because they want to try and be consistent. The Mark Ward and Timothy Berg guys are like, well, yeah, if they're an NIV onlyist, that's wrong, sort of thing. It's like, you just got to be doubtful. If you're doubtful, you're on their side. If you believe that we have all the words, so if you were just to, get the Protestant thing and get a Bible on a desert island and read it, and go, I think I've got all the words of God here. I think this is received from God, and I think God's preserved his word, like he said in the Bible, and the words are inspired and they're given to me. You're a cultist. You know what I mean? If you just read the Bible, you become a cultist. That's if you read Westcott and Hort, if you read Ehrman, if you read Gurry, if you read Wasserman, if you read Mark Ward, you become a textual confidence guy. So Be Separate says Power of One, RSV is American Bible Society. That's just where everything is headed, I believe. A common Bible, more accurately, a Catholic Bible. Yeah, and definitely I think there is a huge Catholic influence upon all this, underlying influence from the Reformation period. But in England, it tended to be a Unitarian influence as well, which is quite strange and weird. And so I often call the Westcott and Hort text the Unitarian text, because Unitarians worked on it. If I just created a Bible and I had a few Jehovah's Witnesses helping me, you'd say, well, it's probably a Jehovah's Witness type Bible, you know. And so they had Unitarians working on the text. It's a Unitarian text. And George Van Smith wrote a book on the readings that now help him to defend his Unitarian doctrine because of the Westcott and Hort readings. Be Separate says ABS, I believe, American Bible Society. Helg says Jesus said to the Sadducees that they did not know the scriptures nor the power of God, even though they must have read the scriptures. Really good point. And so this is the thing. These are the people claiming to be the custodians of the scriptures, the scribes, the Pharisees, and these guys. And he's saying, you don't know the scriptures. And that's the thing. When you listen to these guys, they're not talking about the preservation of God. And usually when you bring up a verse, you bring up Revelation 22, or you bring in, you know, Psalm 12, and regardless of which position you have on Psalm 12, it's all talking about the preservation of God, every position. So Robert Trulove pointed that out, where he said, look, I don't necessarily go with the usual position on Psalm 12, or was it Jeff Riddle? I think it was Trulove. And he said that he believes that it's actually talking about God preserving the people, but it's still talking about God keeping his word. Because if he's going to preserve the people and he said it, then he's going to be faithful to his word. And so it's still about the preservation of God's word. So it was quite interesting to see that even if you take it to that extreme, where you're saying it's not preserving the word, I do believe that the closest antecedent there is words, and so I do believe it's words. And I think there's good, strong argumentation against it. But even if you reject that, you still have to go, well, God's going to keep his words. But these guys fight against TR reading so frequently that they don't really offer an alternative. And so the Bible talks about jots and tittles. The Bible talks about heaven and earth will pass away, but my word shall by no means pass away. There's so many verses that talk about God preserving his word and keeping his word, and that the word's going to be for all generations and all the rest of it. And you never hear these guys talking about that. They're talking about, you know, we're still got to find the words. And so to me, like the Textus Receptus, it went through the manuscript era, and it's a bit like a picture of, say, having a boat that's in the water. Now, every now and then you might have a new type of technology or something that comes along, or you know, like a reformation, and like what happened in the time of, you know, Martin Luther and Tyndale. And so you might get the boat, you put it in a dry dock, and it's got a few barnacles here and there, so you might scrape them off, and there's a big ding on the side, and so you fill that up and you sand the whole thing down, and you put some primer on it, and you put a few coats on it, and it's ready to go again. And so with the new technology of printing, that's what happened. They looked at all the manuscripts, they grabbed the readings, and basically it's the same boat, but they've just freshened it up. They put it back in the water, and then by the time the King James translation came along, it had been absolutely nailed. They've worked it all out. Now with computers, they've basically gone from printing technology to online technology. So that took a little while for the proper text to be put online, but it has been. And so we have it there today in front of us, and so we can look up the pure words of God online, which is great. And so, but the Westcott and Hort texts are more like based upon Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. It's like two boats. When they launched them out, they sank immediately to the bottom of the ocean. And when Vatican, so I'm assuming that Sinaiticus is what they say, 360 AD or whatever. So let's just run with their figures. So these two texts, they were introduced into history, sank to the bottom of the ocean. They're different from each other as well, as different as from a Spanish ship to an English ship. And what they've done for 1,500 years, even longer, they've just sat there dormant. No one's used them. And then they're like, well, let's bring them up into a dry dock. So they brought them up into a dry dock, and it's like there's gaping holes. They sank for a reason. Vaticanus wasn't used for a reason. Neither was Sinaiticus, for a reason. If it was God's text, don't you think it will be everywhere? But no, it's not. It's just this tiny little cave sort of situation. You know, Mount Sinai and you know, Vaticanus just not used. I mean, Erasmus knew about it. He didn't use it. The Complutensian translators, they knew about it. They didn't use it, did they? John Mill, he knew about it. He said it's probably a back translation from a Latin document. He didn't like it. But then all of a sudden it's the best, you know. So people who are just tinkering in archaeology, that let's put these 2 boats on a dry dock. Instead of just like scraping a few barnacles off and giving it a fresh coat of paint, they're like fully rebuilding both of them and amalgamating them into one boat. So you can imagine this horrible looking thing. And that's what most of the modern Bibles are based on, this Frankenstein monster, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. So anyway, I'm sort of waffling on. Let's look at some of these people. So let's look at some of the accusations against Westcott and Hort. So let's type in Westcott. Oops. Okay. Alfred Martin, 1951, said at precisely the time when liberalism was carrying the field into English churches, the theory of Westcott and Hort received wide acclaim. These are not isolated facts. Recent contributions on the subject, that is, in the present century, following mainly the Westcott and Hort principles and methods, have been made largely by men who deny the inspiration of the Bible. Wow, that's interesting. Dallas Theological Seminary. Isn't that where Gurry went? I wonder if he agrees with that or disagrees with that. Okay, so let's look down here. I'm sort of looking for more of a heading on Westcott and Hort. Here we go. Westcott and Hort, Anglican professors at Cambridge University, were responsible for taking the principles of Griesbach, Ruckman, and other fathers of modern textual criticism and fashioning them into a package of theories for the overthrow of the Textus Receptus, which they labeled vile. They talked about the overthrowing the vile Textus Receptus. They produced such a Greek text and secretly introduced it to the committee that was charged with revising the English Bible in Britain in the late 1800s. The resulting English Revised New Testament of 1881 followed, not in every detail, but in large part. The Westcott-Hort Greek New Testament, the committee had not been charged with revising the Greek text, but only with updating the English. And when their work was published, they came under widespread condemnation for exceeding the authority of their appointment. Wow, that's very interesting. That Westcott and Hort were infected with rationalistic approach to the Bible, shared by other fathers of textual criticism, has been observed by many scholarly men of God. Zane Hodges noted Westcott and Hort's apostasy. The charge of rationalism is easily substantiated for Westcott and Hort and may be demonstrated from direct statements found in their introduction to the New Testament on the original Greek. To begin with, Westcott and Hort are clearly unwilling to commit themselves to the inerrancy of the original scriptures. So it was written in 1971. A precise, accurate description of Westcott and Hort's theological position is given by the late Presbyterian Bishop D.A. Thompson, who looked carefully into these matters. Neither of these scholars had been evangelical, and as the influence of the German neology increased, they moved slowly and discreetly with the times. Edward Hills understood the rationalistic platform from which Westcott and Hort worked. So Westcott and Hort in 1881 published their celebrated introduction, in which they endeavored to settle the New Testament text on the basis of this new information. They propounded the theory that the original New Testament text has survived in almost perfect condition in these two manuscripts, especially in the Vaticanus. This theory attained almost immediately a tremendous popularity, being accepted everywhere, both by liberals and conservatives. Liberals liked it because it represented the latest thing in the science of New Testament textual criticism. Conservatives liked it because it seemed to grant them that security for which they were seeking. But since this security had no foundation in faith, it has not proved lasting. For the working out of their theory, Westcott and Hort followed an essentially naturalistic method. Indeed, they prided themselves on treating the text of the New Testament as they would that of any other book, making little or nothing of inspiration and providence. For ourselves, Hort wrote, we dare not introduce considerations which would not reasonably be applied to other texts, supposing them to have documentary attestation of equal amount, variety, and antiquity. Like Griesbach, they ruled out in advance any possibility of the providential preservation of the New Testament text through the usage of believers. While some evangelicals and even some fundamentalists have come to defense of Westcott and Hort and have contended that they were theologically sound, these perhaps fail to understand the nature of Westcott and Hort's theological apostasy. Like many neo-orthodox and modernistic theologians, Westcott and Hort did not so much deny the doctrines of the Word of God directly, they undermined these doctrines with clever doubt, with subtle reasoning. Dr. D.A. Waite, who has examined the writings of Westcott and Hort in great detail, testifies, Westcott's attack on the bodily resurrection of the Lord Jesus is not by any means a direct clash of out and out denial, but rather an adroit, skillful, oblique undermining of the bodily resurrection of Christ by means of redefinition of terms. That's Waite, Westcott's Denial of the Bodily Resurrection, Bible for Today, 1983, page 8. Dr. Waite's views on this matter are not based on a cursory look at Westcott and Hort's theology. He has examined the writings of these men probably as exhaustively as anyone speaking on this subject today. As a background for his book, Heresies of Westcott and Hort, Waite studied 1,291 pages of the writings of these men. Further, Dr. Waite brings to the table a vast knowledge of issues related to apostasy. He has researched modernism, new evangelicalism, and other erroneous movements for many decades. See D.A. Waite's The Theological Heresies of Westcott and Hort, etc. The apostasy of Westcott and Hort is also evident in their attitude towards, listen to this, because this is where I always just bring this up. When you're like, when people talk about 9/11, I only talk about Building 7. I don't talk about anything else. I just say, how did that fall down? how did that? Because people go on about the Pentagon and there's no plane there. But if you even watch Loose Change, there's bits of plane there. It's like it's a silly argument. What happened to Building 7 that they actually built not to fall down? They after the World Trade Center attack in 1992, they built Building 7 to house the FEMA, CIA, FBI headquarters. Giuliani, that was his headquarters. They made it not to fall. That was going to be like Hitler's lair. It's like the wolf's lair sort of thing. It's unbreakable, and it just fell. Like that's what I point at. And most people are like, building what? They don't even know about it. So the same, I just bring up the Unitarian influence. This is because you can talk about, Westcott and Hort were part of the Ghostly Guild and they were part of this, and Gail Rippling has sort of muddied the waters and talked about people who had the same names and things like that and caused problems. But I'm just like, George Van Smith, Unitarian, okay? The apostasy of Westcott and Hort is also evident in their attitude towards a Christ-denying Unitarian who was invited to participate. George Van Smith, now he wasn't the only Unitarian there. We'll get into that later, or probably as we go along in these videos. Minister of St. Saviour's Gate Unitarian Chapel, York, had equal vote among the other committee members, although he had plainly and publicly denied the deity of Jesus Christ. Yeah, Westcott and Hort horribly slandered these poor guys. Oh no, How can Mark Ward? Why is he doing a program trying to defend Westcott and Hort? Has he never read this material? It's like trying to defend Fauci or something. It's like, I mean, you realize this is an uphill battle. It's like Mark Ward doesn't even know about it. It's like they're being slandered. It's like, or maybe Peter Gurry put this into his mind. You should do this, George Van Smith denied the deity. He said Jesus isn't God. Probably preached against it. Didn't believe in the Trinity. After he participated in a communion service with the other revisers, he's doing communion with this guy. Hey, brother Unitarian. Hey, brother Jehovah's Witness. Hey, brother Christadelphian. Hey, brother, I mean, most people wouldn't even hang around a modalist. At least they believe the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. At least they still believe Jesus is God. After he participated in a communion service with the other revisers, a letter was published in the Times, July the 11th, 1870, in which he proudly declared that though he had received communion, he had refused to recite the creed since he would not compromise his principles as one who denied the deity of Christ. Good on him. What a hero. He's more of a hero. He's like, I will not bow. Jesus is not God. And this is what he's doing at the communion. And Mark Ward's defending Westcott and Hort. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel sorry for Mark Ward and Tim Berg doing this series. But I guess in the final one, they'll probably, bring up these issues and say, yeah, we don't agree with this and that. And it's like, well, this is a pretty big deal. But I don't know who they're hanging around. I guess they're hanging around, Tommy Wasserman and Bart Ehrman. A public outcry ensued, but Westcott and Hort and some of the other revisers threatened to resign if Smith was not allowed to participate. We want our Unitarian friend on the revision committee. We want him to vote with us. You know what I mean? Like a Unitarian. It does my head in. Unitarian Smith later gloried in the fact that many changes made in the revised version better reflected his own wicked views on Jesus Christ. So he's like, well, God was manifest in the flesh as now he appeared in a body. That's a win for the Unitarians. Communiohanium, we threw that in the bin. The Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. We threw it in the bin. We just said, well, there's not many Greek manuscripts that have it. Vaticanus and Sinaiticus don't have it. They're not looking at 95% of the Latin manuscripts that have it. They're not looking at the early church writings. It's flooded throughout the early church writings. No, let's just trust the Unitarians. They know what they know the real good oil on whether Jesus is God or not. He understood that the critical texts of the modern versions support doctrinal heresy better than the received text. So this guy is like, yay, I've helped to make the Westcott and Hort text, and I'm so glad it's supporting my heresy. The horrible received text doesn't support my heresy, so let's get rid of it. What more can I say? I'm just reading this article, and it's like, I can't fathom why Mark Ward would go in this direction and have 4 videos trying to defend Westcott and Hort when he's doing this, having these guys on the committee. It's almost like I have to read it again, because it's a bit like, spiritually, this is like being on the Epstein list. You know what I mean? Who else is on the Epstein list? How many other Unitarians are on the Westcott and Hort Translation Committee? You know what I mean? This is so bad. It's so damning. To me, this is like the silver bullet. I don't have to bring up anything about ghostly guilds or anything. This is well documented. It's in newspapers. If you read through the list of people on the Westcott and Hort committee, he's there. If you read his book, he clearly says, hey, I'm glad that they've changed all these deity of Christ rubbish. And also, I don't think he believed in hell either, because he was talking about these places where it says forever and that it's been changed, and, talking about eternal punishment. He didn't like that either. Kept in all ages says, question for the Borg collective. The Borg collective. Which TR defenders did you invite to appear on the panel? If none, why? Yeah. Jeff Riddle, Christian McShaffrey, they could have been invited. Well, I know that Peter Gurry had a very cordial conversation with Taylor DeSoto and Dane Johansson. I'm sure that Taylor DeSoto, he's prolific in writing about Mark Ward's material. He would gladly sit there and have a chat with Peter Gurry. I'm sure that he would even brush up on all the Westcott and Hort information. And there are people out there who know just as much as Maurice Robinson and Peter Gurry on all these issues. But yeah, they don't want to invite them on the program because there might be a little bit too much truth there. Borg Collective, Ward Berg Collective. I don't think that was even in the back part of their collective mind. The Borg Collective. Interesting. A. Hannah says, because TR defenders are deemed textual absolutists. Yes, that's the problem. That's what they're trying to cure. Christian McShaffrey wants, the people who have the disease to get on the program. No, we're trying to, this is a zombie apocalypse. They're trying to get rid of us. We're the problem. Helg says TR defenders are too absolutist for their taste, and they haven't given a clear definition of what is absolute. What is an absolute absolutist is, but their beef is with the TR and KJV defenders, the reason for the TCC. Yes. And that's the thing. What's the limitations? If I believe every word in the King James, but just doubt like the Comma Johannian, am I in their club? Or is that not good enough? Or, very circular Helg. David Cloud's Way of Life Encyclopedia and Bible Christianity is a good resource, a quick reference, over 700 pages. Yeah, I got his Way of Life Encyclopedia when it first came out years ago. I think it was in the 90s, actually. It was like a CD. It was so good. And a lot of the King James material was very helpful for me. Actually, it wouldn't have been in the 90s. Probably like 2002 or something. Yes, circular is sometimes a good thing. Okay, yeah, and I've shared a link there. Oh, yeah, there's quite a lot of comments here. I believe in America there are copyright laws. Ashoti says, I believe it is easy to find the Nazis. They are the ones who basically are woke, and the far right that blame everything on the Jews. They are on both sides. Talking about politics a bit there. Both sides of the political spectrum. TurretinFans in the house, listening but not caught up to where the live video is. Spee Separate says, you're right, Nick. I should have just said Common Bible, and that takes in Catholics, Unitarians, Orthodox, Protestants, etc. Yeah, I think there actually is a quotation of Metzger. I remember it's actually on one of those old Wheat Among the Tares videos where they have a picture of Metzger there, and they have a direct quotation where he's basically with the Pope. Maybe I can just type in Metzger, Pope, Orthodox, Bible. It might come up as a picture. Nope, not yet. Images. All right, I can't find it at the moment. So we'll drop that idea. And let's continue. So, George Van Smith. The theories of modern textual criticism and the rejection of the received text were fathered in this rationalistic atmosphere. The influential textual critics of the 20th century are also infected by theological rationalism. And then it goes into Carlo Martini. It just gets worse, doesn't it? I mean, how can they? I don't even know why they would bother defending this sort of stuff. And they're sort of trying to make this whole claim like, well, King James people like us are saying, look, Westcott and Hort were apostates, so therefore read the King James Bible. We're actually just sort of going, hey, look, there's 60 elephants in the room. Here's one, Westcott and Hort. You know, they've got these problems with these Unitarians. Hey, here's another one, Carlo Martini. You know, why have you got a Jesuit on your thing? Hey, here's another one, Metzger's a liberal. Hey, here's another one, Kurt Ahlen's a liberal. Hey, here's another one, they don't believe in the preservation of God. Hey, are you just pointing out the 60 elephants? But they're like, no, people are saying Westcott and Hort this and that. Then that directly leads to them just reading the King James Bible. It's like, no, it's just one issue. And the people of that era were liberal. Tischendorf, I believe he was a liberal. I believe even Tregillis and Delitzsch were liberals as well. So that would fly in the face of the Tyndale House Greek New Testament, who based their work on their thing. Yeah, and then we got Eugene Nida. I mean, we haven't even started. Bruce Metzger, you know, Kurt Ahlen. It just gets worse. Like, anyway, now I do understand that sometimes that this is what I've discovered, having run many Textus Receptus groups. Sometimes people would copy and paste something like this into a TR group, and then you'd have a lot of people say, actually, Metzger didn't write the introduction to the Reader's Digest Bible. He worked on it, but he didn't do the introduction to it. So you can't quote him saying all these doubtful things. And I'm like, okay, I can see that. So this is where it gets muddy, because it's like Bruce Metzger's obviously a liberal. And even James White's like, I don't have to follow the liberalism of Bruce Metzger. So he's admitting he's a liberal. He admits the NIV is a liberal Bible. It's like, but he defends it in his book for a bit of coin. But, you know, Bruce Metzger, everyone would say, okay, he's a liberal. But then you got this extreme of the Reader's Digest Bible where they're like doubting everything in the preface, and people are like, no, Metzger didn't write that. And so just because you've proven that we mistakenly might have thought that Metzger wrote that, it still doesn't defend Metzger. Metzger's still bad. Yes, he mightn't be Jim Jones from Jonestown, but he's still Charlie Manson. You know, he's still done stuff that's wrong, and it's like we thought that he was capable of that. You know what I mean? It didn't surprise us that was written there, but it's like, okay. So the same as Westcott and Hort and all these videos that they're going to do. Of course, there's people over the years who make stupid statements and say things that aren't exactly true, but it's like at the end of the day, the things like the only thing that I'm really keep bringing up is the issue of Westcott and Hort with George Van Smith. Why have they got this guy on their committee? Why are they defending him? It's ridiculous. And so let's see what the other one was about. Differences between the received text and Westcott and Hort. Is that worth going through? Not specifically. Here is that book. Now I'm going to put this into the chat. Where's my chat gone? I've lost myself. I've got 50 pages open. There it is. This is a PDF. If you just go to Way of Life and you look for that, the modern Bible version Hall of Shame. So it's just got, you know, a whole bunch of people there. So that's Kurt Ahlen there, and a whole bunch of Unitarians. Got Westcott there. So, you know, he goes through. Yeah, I would just read through this. People need to read this book in this generation, because then they'll understand what we're going on about. Why are these TR people going on about it? Look at the short list. Philip Schaff, Ezra Abbott, Thayer. A lot of these are Unitarians. So anyway, I won't bore you by going through all that, and I think I've sort of touched on everything with that. I'm just going through some of these tabs that I have open, because I've opened these in the last couple of days just studying this. Okay, so that's the Cambridge Bible KJV RV. It's still available, and so you can get it where they have the text like this, which is pretty strange. But Bible Researcher, English Revised Version, this version was a revision of the King James Version made on the basis of Westcott and Hort and Tregelles. Okay, so when they're saying in the Textual Confidence Collective, oh, it's not just based on the Westcott and Hort text, okay, well, it's a bit of an amalgamation, which I guess eventually that was the type of thing that Nestle had formulated. So the readings adopted by the Committee of the Revisers were presented in a continuous Greek text in Palmer, 1881. So I think I opened up his one. Yeah, Palmer. So that's 1881. Greek New Testament, the readings adopted by the revisers of the Authorized Version. This volume was published as a companion to the Revised Version of the New Testament. The preface gives the following information. The revisers did not esteem it within their province to construct a continuous and complete Greek text. They adopted, however, a large number of readings which deviated from the text presumed to underlie the Authorized Version, and they put a list of these readings into the hand of the delegates and syndics of the Orthodox and Cambridge University presses in order that they may be brought in one way or another before the public. The delegates of the Oxford Press had thought it most convenient to introduce into a continuous Greek text, and to set at the foot of each page the readings which they displace together with those readings which are noticed in the margin of the Revised Version. The body of the text is taken from the third edition of Stephanus, published in 1550. This text was reprinted in an Oxford edition with references to the margin to parallel passages of the Old and New Testament in 1882, and together with the parallel KJV and RV texts, the New Testament of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ being the Authorized Version set forth in 1611, arranged in parallel columns with the Revised Version of 1881, and with the Greek text followed by the Revised Version, to which added the readings followed in the Authorized Version and the readings noted in the margin of the Revised Version. That is a huge title. So basically, it's like they didn't completely follow the Westcott and Hort text. They followed sort of like a Westcott and Hort with a bit of a mix of some other things. But eventually, they just sort of brought out this Palmer's text, which sort of shows you where it departs from the TR. But notice they're using the 1550 of Stephanus. You would think that they would use the TR of Scrivener, because that's why he made it. I think they actually did use the TR of Scrivener. But anyway, I do have that one somewhere, and it's probably on archive.org, where you have the English text and you have the Greek text on the next page, and so it shows you the differences in the Greek from the Textus Receptus, and so it's quite interesting to look at all these changes. But so that was Palmer. So that introduced marginal notes showing every departure of the Greek text presumed to underlie the King James Version, for which we see Scrivener 1881, see the version's preface for the detailed explanations of the principles and method of revision. Okay, so and this is it here. Or not it, but this is the Revised Version. Okay, so might zoom up to the beginning of the New Testament at least. See if there's anything we can read there. In the meanwhile, I'll jump on some comments. Helg says naturalistic textual critics, Jesuits, Unitarians, Metzger, Aylan, Griesbach, Westcott and Hort, etc. is okay, but TRKG defenders is out, not part of the club. What an unchristian tolerance. Yeah, it's not really charitable, is it? Especially when Mark Ward is trying to reach out to us, and help us to read the King James. He's not against the King James. He's helping us to read it properly. But we're not in the cool kids club, are we? We're outside of their society, their utopia. NIDA is a good one. Yeah. I remember reading some of the definitions that NIDA made. He had like some handbook for translators. And it was just, my head spun around like in the Exodus movie. I was just like, this is ridiculous. This is the strangest definitions I've ever seen. And no wonder a lot of these modern Bibles are, in different languages are all over the place. Modern Bible Hall of Shame. Nailed it. Yeah, I think David Cloud is very good on the King James issue. I might actually stop this because it's just going to keep whirring. And okay, what else have we got? Revised version. Okay, so it's an introduction to the revised version, the preface. So that'll be very interesting to read, but not now. Yeah, and so this was on TextusReceptusBibles.com. So this is something by Phil Stringer. And I just thought I'd read through this. In the 1870s, a challenge arose in the English world to the primacy of the King James Bible. There had always been a challenge from Roman Catholicism, but this challenge came from men who were officially Protestants. Church of England, Bishop Brooke Foss Westcott, and Cambridge University Professor Fenton Anthony Hort. The heart of the Westcott and Hort theory was that the New Testament was preserved in almost perfect condition in two Greek sets, the Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. Sinaiticus was discovered in a waste basket in St. Catherine's Monastery near Mount Sinai in 1844 by Constantine von Tischendorf. The Vaticanus was found in the Vatican Library in 1475 and was rediscovered in 1845. In a sense of rediscovered, it's like it's always sort of known to be there, but it's they brought it back into prominence because Sepultiva, Paulos Bombasius, they knew it was there. They gave readings to Erasmus. The King James New Testament was translated from a very different family of Greek texts to Westcott and Hort. The King James Bible was clearly an inferior translation. It must be replaced by the new translation from texts they considered to be older and better. They believed the true work of God in English had been held back by an inferior Bible. They determined to replace the King James Bible and the Greek Textus Receptus. In short, their theory suggests that for 1,500 years, the preserved word of God was lost until it was rediscovered in the 19th century in a trash can and in the Vatican Library. So a lot of people would say they're sort of like weasel words. Oh, it's in the trash can. Yeah, James White will come against that, but that's Tischendorf said that. It was they were about to burn it. Remember Tischendorf? And I understand there are good manuscripts in the Vatican Library. So just because it says Vatican and it's called Vaticanus doesn't mean that it's evil, but it just so happens to be evil. Hort clearly had a bias against the Textus Receptus, calling it villainous and vile. Hort aggressively taught that the school at Antioch associated with Lucian had loosely translated the true text of Scripture in the 2nd century AD. This supposedly created an unreliable text of Scripture which became the Textus Receptus. This was called the Lucian recension theory. Hort did not have a single historical reference to support the idea that such a recension took place. He simply theorized that it must have taken place. In spite of the fact that there is not a single historical reference to the Lucian recension, many Bible colleges teach it as historical fact. I would say that that's probably older information now. A lot of people have rejected that. Westcott and Hort only, it is clear that the modern movement to revise the English Bible is based completely on the works of Westcott and Hort. C.W. Clarke writes, the Westcott and Hort theory became our Textus Receptus. We have been freed from the one only to become captivated by the other. The psychological chains so recently broken from our fathers have again been forged upon us even more strongly. So we've read that quite a few times, and that appears as a quote in this book, The Identity of the New Testament Text by Pickering. And so a lot of these we've actually read, so I won't bore you with going through all that again. What you have to believe to accept the Westcott and Hort theory, you have to believe that people who believed in the deity of Christ often corrupted Bible manuscripts. So that's the orthodox corruption of Scripture. Bart Ehrman. See, that they were right against Bart Ehrman for saying that, but it really comes from these type of liberals. You have to believe that people who deny the deity of Christ never corrupt Bible manuscripts. You know, the bad guys, the Jehovah's Witness type guys, they've got no reason to corrupt the manuscripts. You know, they're neutral. You have to believe that people who died to get the gospel to the world couldn't be trusted with the Bible. You have to believe that their killers could be trusted. That's interesting. You have to believe that the Celtic Christians, Waldensians, Albigenses, Henricians, Petro-Borussians, the Paulicians, the Greek Orthodox Church, the Protestant churches, the Anabaptists, and the Baptists all did not have the pure word of God. You have to believe the Roman Catholics and the 19th century rationalists did have the pure word of God. Okay, so that's an interesting take. It's not as scholarly as some of the other things we've just read, but it's an interesting take. There's Westcott and Hort there. Maybe they should just have their Unitarian friend in the background. They're all high-fiving each other and taking communion together, and maybe have the Unitarian guy here, Mark Ward, here as well, and maybe Timothy Berg and Peter Gurry. I'd want to name my kids after someone who's hanging around Unitarians. Yeah, great. I just can't understand why. So anyway, I've gone for nearly 4 hours on this. Now, if you do want to join in, because I'm probably going to shut it down unless something else changes here. So I've got the StreamYard link there. If you want to join, it's that StreamYard link. I'll put it in the chat if you need to copy and paste it. But apart from that, if no one joins in the next 5 minutes, I'm probably going to shut it down. So Power of One says that is exactly what one I use does here. It's a Catholic Study Bible. Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. And so here's my StreamYard link there. If anyone wants to jump on and join. And let's just see when the next video is coming. All right, so we read that. Wow, it would be really interesting to be a fly on the wall there. Imagine if they recorded all these sessions. That would be brilliant. You can imagine Carlo Martini like, well, I think it's a wrong reading because in the Latin Vulgate, this and that, and, okay, we've been through that. I must have shut the video down. Well, I can still get it back up.
The Textual Confidence Collective.
Oops. All right, so so February the 8th, so yeah, another 4 or 5 days that we'll be talking about the sin of slander. And then we're looking at common slanders of Westcott and Hort, and then the genuine problems of Westcott and Hort. So this is going to be amazing. It's these guys are digging a hole for themselves because they've recently been slandering people. I mean, they commonly slander people. So we're going to look at the sin of slander, and then slanders of Westcott and Hort. You know, I don't know. How can you? Yeah, it says genuine problems of Westcott and Hort. I guess, you know, the genuine problems, or they're hanging around people who don't believe the deity of Christ. I mean, to me, that would disqualify them straight away. And so what I find with the comments with Mark Ward is just like, well, you've done it again, this series. But I actually did enjoy this a little bit with Maurice Robinson on there, and Peter Gurry. I don't mind listening to him. Even though I disagree, it was way better than the other Textual Confidence Collective crew, and especially with Mark Ward, he just doesn't really know much at all. And so, but anyway, so the next one is going to be in, you know, probably just next weekend. So apart from that, it doesn't seem like anyone wants to jump on board and chat at all. So I think I'm going to shut this down. It's been nearly 4 hours, and I'm out of words. Helg says the animosity, TR versus Westcott and Hort, was not something that started with the TR KJV defenders. It was started by Hort, in his own words, the vile. Yeah, and that's the thing. These are the guys they're the ones picking the fight. We're not. You know, we haven't moved. These guys have moved. These are the new kids on the block with their new methodologies and their new Westcott and Hort theory, and their new Carlo Martini theory, and the new Bart Ehrman theory, and the new CBGM theory. And they're the ones with all this stuff. It's like the Jehovah's Witnesses popping up on the scene, and we're like, hey, you guys aren't biblical. And they're like, oh, you're just picking on us. It's persecution. You know, we're the true church. And it's like these guys are basically saying they're the true Christians and we're not. We're deceived. We're dangerous. These guys say we're dangerous. That's what Timothy Berg says. He's like, oh, I never slander these guys. He thinks we're dangerous. It's from his own words. That's slander. It's going to be interesting to see. He's talking about the sin of slander next time. It's like, what's he going to do? A Bible study on slander? It's like, oh yeah, there's 3 fingers pointing back at you guys. You know, we've been going through your videos for years. You know, do you want me to put up the wormwood video again? You know, like I put up 50 times. Maybe I should. Maybe I should finish it with the wormwood video. How about that? All right, I'll do that. Let's do this, because that was a classic. And I think I even remember it was like the 13-minute mark. Forward. Videos. Okay, it was the one where he's pointing the finger and he's in the forest against scholarship or something like that. Where are we? It was before the Textual Confidence Collective. Here, don't trust scholars. So I'm going to show you what he thinks of TR people, King James people, who don't trust in the critical text scholars. Now, it was the 30-minute mark, I'm pretty sure. Here we go.
Go around whipping up grassroots anger, stoking resentment. But it is not the spirit of Christ. One of my favorite children's books as a kid was Matilda by Roald Dahl, author of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Now, my own children love Matilda along with me. We've listened to it as a family in the car more than once, actually. The movie was not as good as the book, of course. That's the way it always is. But I felt deep resonance with this scene. The one where the brilliant little Matilda's teacher, Miss Honey, tries to tell the Wormwoods, Matilda's parents, that their daughter has intellectual gifts. Is it that I so rarely see humility among King James only commenters on my YouTube channel? Why is it that King James onlyism has emboldened hundreds of these commenters who don't know a single Greek or Hebrew letter to tell me off, to say nasty and even dirty things to me and at me?
Now, can you see the passive aggressiveness there? He is the teacher just trying to tell these people, you can learn, you can read books, and they're just mocking it and drinking beer. And that's us. We're the Wormwoods. So this is the mocking, and it's like he doesn't even realize that this is passive aggressive. This is mocking. This is slander. But that's where Mark Ward lives. Every video he does, I'm just going, can anyone else see the passive aggressiveness here? And he'll say things like, oh, I had a comment the other day from someone who I would consider the only Textus Receptus person I've ever met who is kind. And so basically, inadvertently, he's saying every TR person is unkind, but he's finally found one that was kind. And then he'll sort of say, well, they were kind up until a point, and then they said something unkind. So, in other words, no one in the TR community is kind. Just this passive aggressive. It's all the way through his stuff. It's like talking to a liberal. Yeah, it really is. And so, anyway, I thought I'd finish it with that because it's just the classic. And I was showing this all the way through the other Textual Confidence Collective videos. And maybe what I'll do, I'll finish each video with this little clip, just so we can remind ourselves of where we stand. We are the Wormwoods, guys. You are the Wormwoods. And he is that teacher who's just heartbroken that we don't want to accept scholarship. We don't want to accept what the academy says. We don't want to accept the theories of Westcott and Hort, and we don't want to accept the theories of Peter Gurry and Wasserman and Knust and all these other psychopaths. All right, anyway, guys, God bless you, and we'll see you later.